They can shell their maize, they can till their gardens with less energy. That's very important. But also, most critically, in terms of nutrition, we know that mothers, especially rural mothers, have a challenge of nutrition. You know, once you've given birth, you need vitamin A, you need vitamin D, and those are critical, especially vitamin A. Now, we have put out food varieties that are enriched with these varieties. And those are beans, maize, food that our rural women eat on a daily basis. So this is in a way to ensure that once they are having their usual meal, they get the nutrients that they need to support them, the growth as a mother, but also the growth of the child.
Talking about very many initiatives that have been brought up by the government, the GROW program, we have money in Bank of Uganda and then in all other banks specifically to support people in agriculture. But then because of the highest level of ignorance and some illiteracy levels, is there any way that NARO is working upon this to see that people have easy access to GROW funds and other funds the government has availed?
That's a very good one, because when you look at these funds that government has put up, and we want to commend government for this effort because it's putting money into the hands of women. And by the way, for example, the PDM cash, 1 million shillings is quite significant for a rural woman. Many of them are out there and they need even less than that to start their lives, and they have not had the opportunity to get it. Now through PDM, this money is going to these women. And the statistics have already shown majority of them are putting their money in agriculture-related businesses. So, as NARO, what we are doing is to ensure that they have the technologies and innovations that enable them get the best out of this 1 million. For example, we have issues of climate change. The rains are not predictable these days. Where it used to rain for 3 months, it's now raining for 1 month. What have we done to respond to that? We now have varieties that are fast maturing. We have varieties that are resistant to drought. And we have technologies that I've talked about already. You don't need much land because we know land is a challenge. Varieties we are putting out enable you get a higher yield from a small piece of land. So all these technologies are responding to the needs that the women have right now in Uganda.
Thank you so much. When is Men's Day?
Men's Day is every day. For us, once we are working, we take it that it's our day, but supporting the woman is very important. And at NARO, we are very aware of this because you see why it's important to support the women. Women run our homes. And if the home as the smallest unit of the country is not supported, then the country is going nowhere. So the more we support the women and the girls, the more our country will develop. And at NARO, we want to support the women and girls of Uganda and beyond to achieve their full potential, and through that we shall get the economic development that we need.
Thank you so much. Frank Mugabi, he's the media coordinator from NARO. He's the head of communications NARO. And you women out there, make sure you be aggressive so that you get easy access to the GROW money they are talking about, good seeds, and then information from government so that you can improve yourself in any sector you are in. We are still here at Butemba grounds. With me, I am with my colleague, Monique Olive. And I know she has a lot to bring to us. Yes, she's here charming. Back to you, Olive, as you continue with the interviews.
Okay, thank you, Mercy, and thank you, dear viewer, for joining us. You are watching Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, and we are live in Chankwanzi at the Women's Day celebrations. Now, I will be speaking to the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, that is Minister Betty Amongi. Good morning, and happy Women's Day.
Good morning to you and to our viewers, and happy Women's Day.
Oh, it's a pleasure to have you. And may I say, like I told you off air, you look very beautiful. And as a representative of women, I can speak for women. Our minister is really representing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the women out there. I know most women are defined by how they look and how they want to appear in public. So as a woman, a minister for women, I have to try my best to make sure that I represent you intellectually, but also how I present myself to the public.
Now, Minister, speaking about women and today being International Women's Day, what, in your perspective, are the strides that Uganda has made towards gender equality?
I think first that we celebrate this day under the theme of Accelerate Action for Gender Equality. We are 30 years into Beijing Platform for Action resolution that was adopted in 95, which spelled for us a blueprint on what we require to do to ensure that women's empowerment is achieved. Within this context, I can state that in Uganda we have made strides in political participation. We have affirmative action that has enhanced women's participation in parliament and in local government. We have women appointed in cabinet as CEOs, as permanent secretaries, and the lowest threshold that we have for women in public office is 34% in parliament, in cabinet 46%, in permanent secretaries 48%. So that's a stride. The other areas is the area of economic empowerment, where we have had strides. Women, the infrastructure has been put in place to support women to do business. If you look in cities and municipalities, we have put up a lot of markets and stalls that have been allocated to women. On the roadsides all over the country, women are trading along the roadside with constructed markets. There are other infrastructure, the banking sector and financial institution. I want to congratulate them that through the private sector, you have put in there women's financial product, BFCU Bank, Centenary Bank, all these banks that have put cheap capital as a product for women with very flexible terms of borrowing and lending. It has supported women to start business and grow their businesses. So economic empowerment, we are doing quite okay at the village level. Now we have the parish development model, we have a Myoga, we have a GROW. So we believe that economic empowerment is important. We have also made strides in education. I think most times these days people say, but why do you continue with the 1.5 for girls? Because now when results come, you find girls are flying up there. The number sometimes of girls that have got first grades surpass those of boys. So we continue to work with education to ensure that we engender, we support the female. Recently, post-COVID, we had the problem of teenage pregnancy, and the First Lady, Minister of Education, brought in cabinet a paper and a policy which we adopted for second chance to enable the girls who have got pregnant to sit their exam. And I'm sure you have seen stories all over how girls who sat their exams while they're pregnant, some have got first grade, some have passed, excelled. So education, we have made strides. Health, you see infrastructure of health, where we have in all hospitals a private ward for women who are pregnant. We have in maternal health programs for women. So at the moment, we are seeing that there are so many strides in health sector, and so we have like about 4 specialized women's hospital that has been constructed. So the justice, we have a program with the DPP to scale up the programs for fast-tracking the backlog of gender-based and sexual gender-based cases, and to protect witnesses, because witnesses sometimes cannot testify when their perpetrators are seeing. So in justice, law and order sector, we have also made strides. So basically, we have made some strides in women's empowerment.
Okay. Well, I am speaking to the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, Becky Amongi, and she has highlighted the efforts that Uganda has so far garnered towards women empowerment and gender equality. Now, Minister, what are your last thoughts as I let you go take your seat, because the event is already opening up?
Yes. My last thoughts are that we still have gaps to close. That's why we need to accelerate our action. And our core issue now is how do we ensure that the cultural norms, the religious norms that subjugate women are deconstructed, and also look at other areas of issue of technology. You know, nowadays you sit in your bedroom and you are paying everything, but many women and girls still do not have access to internet. So we are working hard to ensure that we close the gap, we move forward, we collaborate with the development partners and all the rest of the private sector to move our agenda forward. So happy Women's Day as we accelerate action to gender equality.
Thank you, Minister. Happy Women's Day again.
Thank you.
Well, we've been speaking to the Minister, Gender, Labour and Social Development, Betty Amongi, and I'm still having conversations with policymakers and development partners. Good morning and happy Women's Day.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine. It's a beautiful morning, to see this celebration here today.
Okay, can I please know your name?
Yes, Maria Håkansson. I'm the ambassador of Sweden.
Now I'm speaking to the ambassador of Sweden, Miss Maria. Miss Maria, compared to Sweden, Uganda, how far do you think we have to go to reach a level of empowerment that Swedish ladies are at as of today?
Well, I think Uganda beat Sweden in celebration, that's for sure. So there we have something to learn. I think we have a long history in Sweden of gender equality and women's movement. But I'm very happy to see progress here in Uganda too. We have obvious political representation here where you are ahead of us. But there are still things to do on economic empowerment, that women have the same opportunities and to shape their lives, to shape society. We have still work to do when it comes to women living free of violence, to fight gender-based violence, teenage pregnancies. So we can learn some things from Uganda, but we also have experiences to share here and work to do.
Now, one of the major issues we have, and you've mentioned it, is teenage pregnancies. What efforts can we take as a country to ensure that our girls get to finish their education and have a better future?
Well, I think you mentioned education. I think that's the key. We need to really put resources into education, and we have to make sure that the girls stay in school. But then also we have to look at sexual reproductive health and rights. It's very important that you know your rights, that you know it's your body, you decide, you can say no, and that you know your rights. And we have to provide the services to them.
Okay. Now, your last thought on this International Women's Day to Ugandan women, but also the women world over.
Well, I think it's, of course, today is a day of celebration, but I think it's also is sort of a wake-up call that there is more work to do. And then we cannot have gender equality only by women. So let's also involve our men, and together we can have a gender equal world, I'm sure.
Okay. Thank you so much. Happy Women's Day.
Thank you. Happy Women's Day.
All right. I've been speaking to the ambassador of Sweden to Uganda, Miss Maria. And she echoed the message that the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development and other speakers have given us. Let's keep our girls in school. Let's ensure that the girls get to finish their education. And that way we will curb the issue of teenage pregnancies. And of course, it will feed into empowering and accelerating growth for women. Now, Mercy Lugemwa joins me once again. Mercy, I like the conversations that we are having here today, especially the part where we are insistent on keeping a girl child in school.
To me, actually, I'm an ambassador of UPE schools in Uganda. There, I'm not formal, I'm just informal. Thank you so much, Olive. And I love girls too much. Looking at the theme we have in Uganda, it is actually about the rights, equality and freedom. kakati mbebaza nnyo abatulaba ku UBC n'abatulaba ku Star TV emunyenye y'eggwanga mwebale nnyo mwebalire ddala yonna gye musinziira okuba nga mutulaba. Guno gwe mukolo ogw'okuba nga Uganda yeegasse ku nsi yonna okukuza Women's Day. Era Women's Day no bagikuliza wano bayitawo Butemba Grounds sub-county y'e Bukwiri mu district ey'Ekyankwanzi. Tutambulidde ku mulamwa okulaba nga okuteekawo emiwaatwa gyonna egiraba nga waliwo omwenkanonkano. Accelerate to empowerment and action to empowerment. Kakati omulamwa ate gwa Uganda gwetambuliddeko gwe gw'okulaba ng'omwana ow'obuwala n'omukyala babeera n'eddembe ery'okwogera, babeera batumbuka ye empowerment ate nga balina omwenkanonkano. Kakati wano wetuli e Butemba negatiddwako omukyala nga ye chairperson owa Women Council. Omukyala ono bamuyita Farida Kibowa. Sanyusa okulaba ku UBC ne Star TV.
Anange sanyuse okubeera wano ku mutimbagano omunene ogwa UPC ne Star TV. Abatulaba sanyusa okubalaba. Happy Women's Day. Nze Hajat Farida Kibowa, nze chairperson w'abakyala mu Uganda owa Women's Council. Njagala kubaaniriza wano mwenna n'okubayozaayoza abaana Uganda abali abatulaba ate n'okubaagaliza olunaku olulungi. Manyi nganze omukulembeze wammwe wa National Women's Council erina obukulembeze okuva ku ground, okuva ku kyalo. Waliwo ali atulaba nga n'abakyala wa kyalo kakati waliwo n'ab'okugombolola, waliwo n'ab'oku district kati ate ffe tuli ba ku National. So olunaku luno olwaffe olw'abakyala lubeera lumu mu mwaka. Njagala okulubaagaliza naye ensonga lwaki tulucelebrate nga lwe lunaku lwokka lwe tulinayo okwogera ku ebyo bye tutuuseeko bye twagala ne bye tugenda okutuukako. Twagala kwebaza President nti buli mulundi abadde naffe era ne wano tumusuubira ssaawa yonna ajja. Naye ng'omulamwa gw'olwaleero twagala okulaba biki ebyo ebikoleddwa ebituyambyeko okutuuka ku mwenkanonkano. Ekisookera ddala mu byenjigiriza abaana abawala basomye, abaana abawala basomye ate nga gavumenti etuyambyeko okututeerawo ne points ezo ezitwongerako ng'abawala okwaccessinga universities. Bw'otunulira mu byenfuna abakyala bali eyo bakola era banenjagala okubagaliza olunaku olulungi. Bali mu butale, bali ku bizimbe waggulu bazimba, bali ku budaala bwabwe, bali mu owino. Ebyo nno bye bimu ku bye tufunye. Kati bw'otunuulira ate ku by'obulamu abakyala abali mu malwaliro, bannansi abali eyo, abasawo abali eyo nga muli bakyala, luno olunaku lwammwe wonna w'oli ku mulimu weeyagale kubanga luno olunaku lwaffe. Ye ate mmenye ekindeke ki mu by'obufuzi. Vice President yatuuse dda, Prime Minister abakyala batuuse dda, Cabinet Ministers bonna batuuse dda, bakansala bali eyo ku byalo batulaba, abakyala bali mu district councils. Tewali kyoyogerako, tewali kyoleka, naye tukyalinamu era ebitusoomooza. Waliwo ekizibu kye tufunye eky'abaana baffe abawala abazaala nga tebaneetuuka. Teenage pregnancy, ekyo nno kizibu. Abaana baffe bali eyo, abasajja bakola gwa kubakozesa ne babafunyisa embuto olumala ne badduka. Bw'otuuka wano ku kisaawe Entebbe olaba abaana nga bagenda ebweru okuba ekyeyo nga ba single mothers. Naye abasajja bannange tusaba ku mulundi guno mweddeko. Bw'ofunyisa omwana wa muno olubuto mulabirire ate n'omwana omukole ki omulabire. Tukyalina obuzibu bwa ssente nti tetulina ssente mu Women's Council mu budget esobola kubatuukako eyo wansi. So tusaba gavumenti singa ebeetuwadde ssente ffe ng'abakulembeze bammwe ab'oku ntigo tujja kujja tubeere nga twogera nammwe tubabuulire ku government programs zino zonna. N'omukyalo ofunirawa, waliyo PDM Parish Development Model, waliyo ssente z'abakyala eza WEP, waliwo ssente z'abavubuka, waliyo emyuga, waliyo ssente za GROW. Abakyala abasuubuzi essente za GROW zammwe ate za mu banka. Bw'obeera ng'olina bizinensi ng'obankinga genda mu bank obuzeeko ku ssente za GROW. So gavumenti etaddewo ebintu bingi nnyo ebisobola okuyambako omukyala okubeera nga afuna emirembe ne yeeyagala. Naye era ekizibu ekirala bwe butabanguko mu maka. Obutabanguko mu maka butufuukidde ekizibu. Abantu baddidde stress ey'oku mulimu ne bagireeta ewaka.
Abaami bagamba nti bwe mwafuna eddembe kaakati temukyawulira omwenkanonkano mwafuuka bannaggwano ba feminist.
Kakati njagala okusaba abaami baffe abali eyo. Omukisa President yagutuwadde ng'abakyala tubeere nga tukola. Naye bwe tubeera nga tukola ate abaami baffe abamu banyiize bunyiizi. Naye njagala okusaba abaami baffe mbeere bakkakkamu ffe tuli bakyala take your space as a husband. Tolwana na mukyala olw'okuba alina ekifo kyakoze eki kyatuuseeko. Kati for example abakyala ffenna abali wano mu bifo eby'ebitiibwa eby'enjawulo buli omu alina omwami naye tusuubira omwami okubeera ng'agenda kutuyambako. Omwami wange annyambeko okubeera nga nsaavinga mu kifo kino n'obumalirivu ate nga naye gy'ali ewaka. Naye n'abakyala bw'oba ofunye ekifo eky'amaanyi ate manya nti yadde ekifo kino kiriko naye tekiri permanent. Omwami n'abaana famire kintu kikulu nnyo, so tuleme kulwana olw'okuba nti nno ebyenfuna. Omukyala bw'aba afunye akasente kateekeko awaka n'omwami akalabe. Naye ate n'abaami abali abatulaba ku lunaku luno njagala okubategeeza nti mwejjeeko nnyo obuvunaanyizibwa. Obuvunaanyizibwa temusasula school fees, temuweerera baana, temugula mmere. Kakati ebintu byonna ne mubirekera abakyala. Kati abakyala bamaliriza nga bafunye sente kubanga Katonda yagaba. Katonda sente azibajjeeko mu abaami olw'okuba temulina buvunaanyizibwa, sente n'aziwa abakyala. Temunyiiga nga abakyala babalyako sente. Katonda sente aziwa oyo alina obuvunaanyizibwa. So njagala okukubiriza abaami mukwatagane n'abakyala bammwe musobole okukola. Twalaba wano mu COVID ng'abantu bonna buli omu kati asigadde ku mmase ya mukyala we na mwami we. Tuteekewo emirembe maka n'emirembe mu Uganda gijja kubeerawo.
Mu seconds 25 zokka bannayuganda bagamba abakyala tebasobodde kufuna access ku ssente za GROW ne ssente eziteereddwawo gavumenti ze mugaba nga Women's Council. Awo mutaddewo miwaatwa ki okubayamba?
Essente za GROW abakyala bonna baali balowooza nti bagenda zifunako. Naye essente ezo zajja nga z'abakyala abo bokka abali mu bizinesi. Kati omukyala atalina bizinesi ate siyo oyo atandika. Sente ezo zajja nga za mukyala oyo abadde akola ng'era alina n'akawunti mu banka. Era y'ensonga lwaki sente baziteeka mu banka. N'olwekyo ezo sente njagala tuzitegeere bulungi nti zaabo bokka abakola ki? Abalina bizinesi. Kakati ate ffe abalala abatalina tusobole okugenda ne tutandika eyo mu PDM ne tunoonya sente endala eza WEP. Zonna ezo sente gye ziri ku district. So njagala okubasaba nti abakyala abandaba President ataddewo emiwaatwa gyonna omukyala wa Uganda afune sente. Totuula olutalo lw'obwavu luluma gwe wekka ng'omuntu. Munno bw'abeera mugagga si gw'obeera omugagga. So olutalo lw'okwejja mu bwavu lwa ssekinnoomu. Njagala okubasabira Katonda buli kye mukola akiteekeko emikisa mubeere nga mufuna sente ate mulabirira amaka gammwe.
Tweyanziza nnyo tweyanzeege oyo ye Chairperson Women's League mukyala Farida Kibowa. Tukyali wane no Butemba olunaku lwa Women's Day era n'abali mu studio mwenna tubaagaliza Women's Day ennungi. Kankuzeeyo ewa munnange Monica Olive Najjuma akutwale maazo. Back to you.
Well, thank you so much for being a part of this program. We are coming to you live from Chankwanzi. My name is Olive Monica Najuma. Now, I will be speaking to the CEO Imagine Africa, and we will be delving deeper into a conversation regarding showcasing Uganda to the rest of the world. But first, the Deputy Prime Minister is just passing by. That is Rebecca Kadaga, the Deputy Prime Minister. She has just arrived. And now, let's get into our conversation. Good morning.
Hello, how are you doing?
I am great. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Well, do I say Happy Women's Day to you?
Absolutely. Happy International Women's Day.
Well, happy International Women's Day. And it's a pleasure to have you. For me, it's very important that as women, we have men joining their voices to the efforts that are being put in place to support women. But I would like to know, first of all, your name and why this day is very important to you.
My name is Moses Mawa. I am the president and CEO of Silver Trust Media, Afro Global Television, and some other entities. But I am also the publisher of the new project known as Imagine Uganda. For me, International Women's Day is very special because, like I like saying, we all have mothers, sisters, aunties, nieces, and so many other women and female people in our lives. And they actually make our lives more complete. And I'm so pleased actually to be here in Chankwanzi, Uganda to celebrate International Women's Day because it's absolutely wonderful.
All right. Thank you so much. It is wonderful being a woman, I'll tell you that. And I believe if you have sisters, it was joyful growing up with them.
Absolutely. You know, I had an amazing mother, I had a beautiful, amazing sister. I had so many other people as well in my lives. And, you know, today in particular is actually very special because it helps me to cast my mind back and look back at the amazing things that have transpired because of them in my life.
Okay, now let's talk about Imagine Africa. What is this project all about? What do you do? And why should Ugandans be very interested? I'm saying very because I already know, but I want them to know. So why?
Yes, we have Imagine Africa, but then we have specifically Imagine Uganda as well. And we are so pleased today to be able to have the launch of Imagine Uganda initiative as a brand. And one key aspect of that is actually Imagine Uganda magazine. And it's really aimed at showcasing the pearl of Africa. You know, Uganda is beautiful, resourceful, has incredible things, and really showcasing that to the world is very important. I am based actually in Canada, and one of the things that I had seen there about Uganda is always negative things in the media. Our intention through Imagine Uganda is to change that narrative. It's absolutely humbling, actually, that recently we had actually an opportunity for the president to endorse Imagine Uganda. We were invited actually to Rachitura, you know, to his, home actually out in the West. It was absolutely incredible. And today the president is actually launching this incredible project, and we are so pleased that we also have the partnership of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So all Ugandan embassies, all multilateral institutions like the World Bank, IMF, the UN, and so on worldwide will also be carrying actually the magazine. And so we are so pleased actually to be able to have it launched today. And it's also a very new season in our destiny as Ugandans. And that is actually about the fact that it's imperative that we are actually able to put out the positive things about us, because we are sick and tired, aren't you?
I'm sick and tired.
You know, absolutely. So that's really what we are actually all about.
You know, every time I watch, let's say, a movie made out of Uganda, and then, or even a video, and the emphasis is put on the less developed areas of this country, I don't feel good. So are you telling me that in this magazine, I'll find the best of what Uganda can offer?
Absolutely. You know, and the magazine, as you can see, actually, you know, it's incredibly beautiful. And our intention is to make sure that we are able to consistently and in the best way possible to put out positive content. And today actually being International Women's Day, I just want to say that our team has amazing women through whom we have been able to achieve so much. And our goal is to ensure that trade, investment, tourism, and of course the diaspora, it's actually really great. You know, I've lived in Canada for a number of years. In fact, and every year, the amount of remittances, you know, or contributions to Uganda's economy from overseas is very significant. And therefore, embracing this project is very, very important. So our hope is that all of the private sector and public sector institutions will align with us in terms of providing world-class content, you know, and at the same time also, you know, being able to support it one or the other. So it's a beautiful thing.
It is indeed a beautiful thing, seeing your country written about and also being showcased in a positive manner, because there is so much more this country has to offer. Thank you so much, Mr. Mawa, and I can't wait to dig into the magazine.
Thank you so much.
Well, we have been speaking to Mr. Mawa, who is the CEO and also publisher Imagine Me Africa, but also they have a special edition which is Imagine Me Uganda, a magazine that will showcase and show you everything good about our country. It's high time. I mean, the negative press we have about our country, everything they write about, they show you the ghettos, they show you the slums, and yet that doesn't even make 30% of our country. Aren't you happy that there is a publication out there that is engineered to showcase our country in positive light?
I am a journalist who loves my country, And in Uganda, no one is going to put to instill in us patriotism. You just have to love your country. You be the first PR to sell the country out there. Everything is not bad. But in case a story comes balanced and there is a slum somewhere, we urge the government.
Every country has a slum somewhere.
Yes. If there is something we need to handle, let's handle it together, not only having biased news. I just don't like biased news. In journalism, we have that principle that we should be balanced.
That's very true. Well, I will be handing over to Mercy Lugemwa to have the next conversation with a lady of substance.
Thank you so much, Olive. Thank you so much. It is still with Women's Day. Uganda is celebrating Women's Day. We are at Butemba grounds here in Bukwiri sub-county in Kyankwanzi district. Nagala nnyo okubebaza abali ku UBC TV n'abali ku Star TV okubanga ate mutwegesa amaaso tuli mu kubaweereza okuva mu district eya Kyankwanzi wano ku Butemba grounds. Esawa yonna omukulembeze w'eggwanga ajja kuba atwegattako okulaba nga tugezaako okulaba nga tukuwa obubaka bwonna era ajja kuba atuuka mu biseera ebitali byawala. Bingi ebigenda maaso era gw'omukolo gukyagenda maaso. Tukyali ku mulamwa ogw'okulaba nga tuteekawo emiwaatwa gyonna nga tuba n'omwenkanonkano mu ggwanga. Wano wendi negatiddwako omukyala Florence Musoke, ono yakulira abakyala mu kibiina kyabwe kyonna ekitaba enzikiriza ez'enjawulo mu Uganda. Sanyuse nnyo okulaba mukyala Florence. Twagala obuze ku bantu n'oluvannyuma otwawulira ebintu bisatu. Abaami bagamba nti abakyala tebayawula bintu bisatu. Ekisooka empowerment, okutumbuka, omwenkanonkano, equality ne feminism, obwannaggwano bo babuyita naggwano, nga bagamba nti byonna tubigattika ekiviiriddeko amaka okwonooneka.
Neyanza nnyo nyabo neyanzeege okumpa omukisa guno aba UBC. Njagala osooka okulisa abakyala bonna mu ggwanga n'ensobola okutwalira awamu ku lunaku lw'abakyala. Abanange, congratulations. Nze Nasanga Florence Musoke, ssentebe w'abakyala ab'enzikiriza ez'enjawulo mu Uganda. Ansabye njawulo ebintu bisatu. Ebintu ebyo kansookere ddala ku kino eky'omwenkanonkano. Bamaama ne bataata abaanda babali ku UBC, njagala mbakakase nti abakyala omwenkanonkano gwe basaba si gwa birala, guli gwa mirimu. Naye kaakati ffe abakyala babeera bakola mu Uganda nga tusomye ne tufuna emirimu ne bannaffe bannyinaffe baganda baffe bato baffe, tuba tufuna ssente zeezimu kye twagala. Ate engeri gye tukulaakulanyemu nga tuli mu kukola, bwe tuddayo eka mbasaba bamaama ebitiibwa tubireke ku mirimu oba tubireke gye tuweerereza. Boddayo eka, beera maama, beera mukyala omulungi. Abaami baleme kutwekokkola, era bw'oba oweereza bulungi omwami yasooka n'okugamba nti genda oweereze bano. Kati nze ndi wano naye ate omwami namuleseeyo eka era ne mugamba nti ndi Kyankwanzi. Mwami Musoke ne mugamba ndi Kyankwanzi era mpeereza. Obwetowaze mu maka bujja kuyamba abaana baffe okukula obulungi n'okufaayo ku nsonga ezigenda mu maaso. Abaana tubaggyemu ebyegyo, tukuze abaana abalenzi n'abawala mu nkuza y'emu nga tetwawuddeemu. Abaana abalenzi baveemu ebyegyo. Bamaama abaana mulekerawo bakola ebyegyo abalenzi, kubanga bwe banaakula amaka gajja balema. Abawala tubaliko n'abakyala tubaliko.
Wakati mu kuza olunaku lw'abakyala, abaami tulaba nga be mulese nnyo emabega, ekireetedde okukuza omwana ow'obuwala omusufu ate omwana ow'obulenzi n'alekebwa emabega. Abaami mugenda banonako ddi oba abalenzi mubafuula abasajja?
Abalenzi tugenda bafuula abasajja. Omanyi ffe abakyala bwe tufuna ekintu ekitusumbuye tuwoggana nnyo bwe bankozesa ekigambo ekituufu. Kagamba tuvaayo ne twegenda tugamba bannange wano wannuma. Naye ate abaami baffe bo tebaliiko ekyo. Ye ne bw'aba alina wamuluma olw'okuba muli awulira nga mwami aba tayagala agamba nti owange omukyala antuntuza ansuza bubi. Naye nga kati tuyina ebibiina bingi nnyo ebikutte ku mwana omulenzi, ebitongole bingi nnyo ebikutte ku mwana omulenzi n'abalenzi amakanisa n'emizikiti nabo bagenda kufumbirwa. Babaleeta ne boogera nabo n'abawulira ki ekyokukola. Tubasaba bawulirizibwe. Ate abaami muveeyo mwogere. Bw'oba olina omukyala akutuntuza totya, vaayo. Naffe ffennyini bakyala banne tujja kuvaayo tukulwane tugambe lwaki otuntuza omwami kubanga abannanga abaami tubaagala nnyo be batuwa akadde okulaba nga tuweereza bamaama b'eggwanga nsaba tubeere beetowaze kubanga ffe tuzaala abakulembeze ab'enkya omwana nga yakazaalibwa tandika okumulagirawo nti nno muntu wa mugaso nnyo ku nsi kuno kubanga n'abakulembeze bonna abali ku mitendera egy'enjawulo bano bannamawulire abantunuzzaamu kamera ffe twabazaala naye singa tebaakuzibwa bulungi tebandikoze mulimu guno bulungi n'olwekyo nsaba ku lunaku luno nga tukuza olunaku lw'abakyala tweddeko ate nekya tuli mu kisiibo mu kino ekisiibo eky'abayisiraamu ne ba Christians. Let us embrace peace. Nsaba tubeeragane kati ku kya feminism bannange tetuli bannaggwano ekyo ekigambo mu Luganda nga kinene nnyo tetuli bannaggwano era tugambibwako tuli bakyala beetowaze abamu kufa bakikola mu Luganda bagamba omulya mmamba ab'omu n'avumaganya ekika kyonna one spoiled finger spoils the rest naye nga njagala bakakasa nti kyaki nta Religious Council of Uganda Interfaith Women of Uganda ne bannaffe abalala tuvuddeyo nnyo ku nsonga ekwatagana n'abaami n'abaana era ffe twawa statement yaffe era njirina nja kugigabanako nammwe mwongere okugitambuza ku UBC mulabe ffe bye tugamba ku lunaku luno tuli balungi tuli beetowaze twagala nnyo obukulembeze naye ate twagala nnyo amaka gaffe n'abaana baffe mutusabire tubeere n'amaka amalungi ag'eddiini tusobole okukuza abaana abaneegombesa eggwanga babeere abakulembeze ab'enkya nyabo ntuzeemu
tweyanziza nnyo tweyanzege omukyala Florence Musoke ono nno yakulira abakyala mu Inter-Religious Council oba ekibiina ekitaba enzikiriza zonna ez'enjawulo tweyanziza tweyanzege ndooza akwawulidde ebintu bisatu feminism empowerment and equality nakubuulira waawe olina okukoma omukyala bw'obeera mu maka oteekwa okuba ng'oli mukyala ate bw'obeera ku mulimu ate n'okola bulungi n'obeera nga wenkanankana n'omwami ategeezezza nti equality just emikisa egy'awamu okuba ng'emirimu tufuna gye gimu nga tusobola okukolera wamu nga tulina amagezi agankanankana n'ag'abaami so nga ate empowerment kutumbuka mu bintu byebimu ate feminism kwandibadde kulwanira ddembe ly'abakyala naye tetukifrontinga. Thank you so much people who are watching UBC and those who are watching Star TV. Thank you so much. We are still at Butemba grounds. I love the difference. I've been with a lady and she has been differentiating the three things. That is feminism, equality, and empowerment. And wow, I've just realized I'm not a feminist. At least I am somewhere. I don't know where I fall. Are you just empowered or you're a feminist?
I am both. I'm empowered and a feminist, but I also understand there is positive and negative feminism. There is the negativity of let's hate on men, let's not involve men. But for me, the feminism I understand is the feminism that recognizes that men are as important to our effort as women as the next person. Well, I'm Olive Monica Najuma, and you are watching UBC Live, coming to you from Chankwanzi, where the Women's Day celebrations are taking shape. Now, I did mention that it is important for us to have men as a part of the conversation to empower women. So, Haji is joining me. Haji Mayanja, Eid Mubarak. Hey, my goodness, good morning.
Morning to you. Yeah, it is this morning.
It's a pleasure to have you here, and I like that you are passionate about talking to women about issues women. Good morning once again, and you are welcome to Women's Day. Let me welcome you officially.
Thank you so much. Thank you, UBC. You have always hosted us. You gave us time to speak about this day, and I want to congratulate all the women of Uganda for this wonderful day that we are celebrating women. But like always I've said, that we have moved and achieved gains and milestone. Today when we talk about Women's Day, we don't talk of women still advocating for their rights. We only now share the milestones, the achievements and the progress women have made across all the sectors of the economy. For instance, if we are talking about initially where they were saying women are supposed to be kept behind the kitchen, Today we are celebrating women because, as you see, the constituting of the Ugandan cabinet now, about 47% women are there. So that is a milestone when you see the parliament, when you see district councils. But also now, when we speak about the economic putting money in the pocket, that is a milestone that now you are seeing that women are leading this agenda. You are seeing very many women executives now in the private sector leading very many businesses, but also privately, if you look at institutions and agencies like the banks, they have trusted women. Most of the women managers there, managers in the banks are actually women. So the programs that the government of Uganda has actually put in place specifically to enhance the efficacy of women to access credit, cheap credit, either it was low interest rate or it is a grant. Today we are proud of GROW. We are proud of Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program. We are proud of Uganda Youth Livelihood Program. And these are all done in the name of ensuring that women have access to credit and they're having the money in the economy. And why we are doing this is that when you look at a family as the smallest unit of society, when a woman has the money, then there is a likelihood that that home, that household, things are moving because women, they will give in money to go and buy essentials for the children. We have spoken about the plight of a girl child. We have statistics that you and me know that not most, but a number of girls have been dropping out of school, just merely
teenage pregnancies.
But recently, New Vision published an article where they were saying about 35% of adolescent girls in Busoga, they are impregnated. And the cause of pregnancy was they drew the picture of a chapati and costed it 500 shillings. So you would see that if we don't empower a girl child, if we don't empower women who are close to the young girls, then there is a likelihood that men will take advantage of them because they are giving them those small incentives. So the focus and the strategic direction of government is to ensure that we're empowering women economically at household level for them to ensure that they are supporting their households.
Okay, Haji, before I say goodbye to you, a message to men, because efforts to support and empower women at times have been in vain because the men are not involved. So briefly.
Yeah, the center men are the center of this because even previously, because it was done intentionally to put women aside. So when you bring men in the center in advocacy, male engagement, then it is very easy for us, the men, to articulate this to the fellow men that this is the space that we need to give to women, including even for you, the women who are in gainful employment. If you found a man who is not understanding, then it will stop you from going to work. So a man is very central in the women movement, in the gender equality, because they are the ones who define the narrative at that time, and they are responsible of changing the narrative even now. So that is very, very key for men, and I want to congratulate men of Uganda who have supported women of Uganda. We are proud of you, you are a role model, and we want to appreciate you. My last message is to wish all Ugandans, mostly the women of Uganda, for having reached this day. We are proud of you, women of Uganda. You are our mothers, you are our wives, you are our children, our daughters. So it is a great day, and we wish you a nice celebrations under the theme, Accelerate Action for Gender Equality. As a National Organizing Committee, we want to thank, because I've been chairing the Secretariat, to thank everybody who has given support. We want to thank the government of Uganda for ensuring that this day has come to pass. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Haji, and thank you, dear viewer, for keeping it Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. And we have more dignitaries that are coming in. It's the Women's Day celebrations here in Chankwanzi. And my name is Olive Monica Najama with Mercy Lugemwa.
Thank you so much, Olive. So many people are still coming here at Butemba grounds, And you see the tents are getting full. We have seen the Vice President is already here, and other delegates, ministers are already in the tents. So many people are coming in. This is the celebration of Women's Day. Uganda is joining the rest of the world we are joining the rest of the world to celebrate Women's Day in Chankwanzi district. We are still bringing more conversations regarding women empowerment. And with me here, I am joined by the chairperson, Governing Council, Naro. Thank you so much. You will introduce yourself, then you tell us more about what Naro has in stock regarding the GMO bill. It did not pass and Ugandans are ready. What do you have in stock? Are you supporting it, or we should go the organic way?
Thank you very much. My name is Kenneth Katunjisa, and I'm acting chair Naro Governing Council. I will start with what Naro does in general. As most of you know by now, Naro is the body that does agricultural research, that is supposed to do agricultural research in the country. We have one of the brightest scientific minds in the country and actually in the region doing agricultural research. And I will, as far as the GMO bill is concerned, that's a bit putting me on the spot. I'm going to speak as an individual, not as chair Governing Council Naro, because there is a national, as a country, the route they have taken. The president has his concerns. He stopped the signing of the bill. So I will leave that. But as a country, in the era that we are in the era of climate change, in the era of increased incidence of diseases, you cannot shy away from technology. Now, GMO is not the silver bullet, so it's not the only technology. I think we must strike a balance between, and this is my personal opinion, we must strike a balance between enhancing organic, because I still believe that we've still not yet reached the capacity, the utmost capacity of what organic agriculture can do in Uganda. But we must integrate science in our agriculture, in our farming. In the era of climate change, when you have shorter rainy seasons, you have longer dry periods, when you're not sure which season, when the season is going to start, when it starts, when it's going to stop, you need quick maturing varieties, you need drought-tolerant varieties, you need disease-tolerant varieties. All this is made possible by research, and all this is made possible largely by Naro. You also need sciences like GMO sciences or genetic editing, whatever it is that is being used in other countries, to fight all these things I've told you. But we must first exhaust the capacity of doing our organic agriculture. For example, we are one of the countries with the lowest application of fertilizer in the world. If we do fertilizer, organic fertilizer even, how far can that take us? Until you have exhausted that capacity, I think you shouldn't rush into thinking that GMO is going to be the solution. It can be, it probably will be in the future, but for now we can only deal with what we have. And until that is in law, there's nothing much we can do about it. But as Naro, we can, our researchers continue to work day and night to ensure that farmers, not just women farmers, but farmers in general, whether crop or livestock, have the best varieties to continue producing, even improve production in the prevailing circumstances and prevailing changing circumstances.
In Uganda, we still have the issue of counterfeit seeds or commodities that are still being imported in the country. What are you doing as government or Naro to see that the production is enough for Ugandans to purchase commodities or seeds from Naro instead of getting counterfeit seeds from other countries?
Thank you. Naro, as I'm sure you know, is a government agency. It cannot do business. It cannot sell seed. They produce the foundation seed. But what they are doing is working with seed companies that produce seed, entering into binding agreements to ensure that the seed that is being produced is in the needed quantities, but also qualities. Maybe what we need to do, and this is not just for Naro, but for all of us as a country, counterfeit affects all of us. It doesn't just affect production, it affects our markets globally. Our things are turned away because of counterfeit. And counterfeit is not just in agriculture, it's everywhere. So as the counterfeits fighting starts with the consumer, because there are laws that are actually in place, but enforcement is the challenge. But enforcement agencies need the help of the users of these technologies. If you go to a seed company or a seed shop and buy seed, and they tell you it's going to germinate in a week or two, and there is no germination whatsoever. What is the mechanism for reporting that kind of company? How many people actually go back and say, you sold me seed, it did not germinate? Demand for receipts, so that when you go and something does not work out, you have evidence that you actually procure seed from that same company. So all of us have to do something about this. It's not going to be government only. Actually, the farmers or the consumers of this seed for counterfeit are the biggest weapons in fighting counterfeit. And counterfeit is a cancer in agriculture. Right from seed, even to the goods, even people get maize seed, paint it, and sell it as for planting. And it obviously won't germinate or germinate at the level it's supposed to. So we should be able to tell and report. And the mechanisms are there, the rules are there for this.
Thank you so much. That is the Chairperson, Governing Council, Naro. And I know agriculture contributes the highest GDP towards Uganda's economy. And we know that very many women are supported by the agricultural sector. I am just waiting for the day I'll see Olive in the agriculture business. Back to you, Olive.
Did you have to put me on the spot like that? Well, agriculture business, by the way, agriculture is the bedrock of our economy as Uganda. So it's very important for us to be involved in it, to involve the women, the youth. And when you look at the numbers and research, it shows that majority of the people who cultivate our land are actually the women. So how do we ensure that they gain financially from the cultivation of the land that they have, but also how do we ensure that they actually own this land? Because many a time you'll find that this land belongs to their husbands. Now, those are questions for us to ponder on this day, and we look for action. We find action and ways to see that women are involved in the agriculture sector gainfully. The key word is gainfully. But I am joined by one of the medalists today. Many ladies, women are receiving medals from the president today, and one of them is right here with me. Good morning and happy Women's Day.
Thank you. Happy Women's Day too.
Oh, thank you so much. It's beautiful being a woman, right?
Yes, it is, and I don't regret being a woman.
I don't regret too. No, there are so many things I regret in this life, but being a woman is not one of them.
I'm very, very happy, and I am by the names Chigo Grace. Okay, I'm by the name Chigo Grace, a practicing journalist, and I'm happy to be a female journalist working with the prestigious army, UPDF. So I work under the Ministry of Defense. I have served the ministry for the past 15 years, but I'm happy to have been trained by UBC. Yes, my internship all was in UBC, but I found work in UPDF. It is always satisfying to serve the nation. You serve it with all your might, diligently with everything you have. Through the lens, through the camera, I have served the nation, and I'm very, very happy, and I'm grateful to our Fountain of Honor for having honored me for my service.
Okay, tell us about your medal. You're looking very beautiful.
This medal is the Diamond Jubilee Medal. It's given to anybody who has served the country diligently, outstanding service. So briefly, that is about the medal. It is Diamond Jubilee Medal. Yes.
Now, Grace, please, a message to the women out there. Today we have this celebration, but some women may not really understand why we are here or why this is very important. So from your perspective, especially a woman serving in the army as a journalist, what is the word you have for a young girl out there that probably wants to join the UPDF, but wants to join the UPDF after having a skill?
Yeah, it is really important. UPDF has professionalized and they are no longer employing mediocres. So train hard as a young girl, come on board. For your correction, I'm not UPDF. I am a civilian staff working under Ministry of Defense. But I support the UPDF media because I'm a communication officer under UPDF media. So as to all young ladies out there, When I joined to serve alongside the UPDF, few people believed in me. And they were like, will you compete and manage? They explained it to me as if it was very tedious, as if it was... But in me, I'm going to land, I learned running. And the good part of the day, I landed into the arms of now Major General Felix Kraije. His welcoming remarks were, are you ready? I told him, yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I was very, very ready. I knew what I wanted as a young girl. I wanted to serve my country in this caliber. So young girls, read. After reading, practice with the zeal, practice with patriotism. Put your country first. We can have many intentions, but put your country first. So I have served, I have put my country first, and I'm still ready to defend the independence of my country. So, working hard, reading hard, always push yourself to this business of saying the sky is the limit. I have no sky when I'm serving the UPDF. So serve with all the might. Defend your country in whichever corner you could. Defend your country.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Grace, and congratulations on the medal.
Thank you so much.
Happy Women's Day to you, and happy Women's Day once again to all the ladies out there in Uganda, every corner of Uganda and the rest of the world. Now, we will be handing over to entertainment, but stick around with us because the event has just started. Many dignitaries have arrived. We earlier on had a conversation with the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development. I've also seen the State Minister for Gender, Labour and Social Development, Peace Mutuzo, around, and then the Deputy Prime Minister, Rebecca Kadaga, has also arrived. So there is so much more. But actually, before we hand over to entertainment, I have Mercy Lugemwa here, and I believe that she still has one more conversation for us before we hand over.
Oh, before the conversation, thank you so much, Olive. And we are enjoying the Women's Day. The sun is shining and you are looking beautiful. Thank you so much. We are still at Butemba grounds. Uganda is joining the rest of the world in celebration of International Women's Day. I love the rights, freedom, and empowerment, and that's the theme for Uganda. With me, I am joined here by our own friend. Yes, she's a medalist, Olive Namtebi. Welcome. You can come closer. You're welcome. Good to see you.
To see you. Thank you very much.
Yes. What is your name?
My name is Olive Namtebi, and I'm excited to be here today. Going to receive a medal.
A medal in which sector?
Diamond Jubilee, honoring the service that we have done and loving our country, Uganda.
Thank you so much for serving the country. I've seen the theme for Uganda in celebration of Women's Day. It is on the side of the rights of women, empowerment and freedom. Do we actually have equal rights when it comes to disabilities?
I honestly want to thank the government of Uganda. As the disability movement in Uganda, which is over 25 years old, we have leaps and bounds to celebrate. As people with albinism, once never recognized, today receiving a medal, I receive it for the rest of the community. So I'm very excited.
What should be done to see that the people in the disability community, their status is elevated, their voice is heard, and they're empowered like any other person?
One, we need to empower people with disabilities to speak up, because the government has given us space. There are national special grants for people with disability. There are leadership positions, so it's us to get on board and do what we need to do. One, believe in ourselves, self-awareness, and then we advocate for who we are. We don't have to sit behind. There is a lot of space at the top.
We have discrimination in schools when it comes to people in the disability community. Is there any improvement that has been done concerning the reviews and the empowerment that the government has done with its commissions?
Unfortunately, in schools, discrimination still happens. And as you may know, there are even special schools for people with disabilities. We are still waiting for the inclusive policy. We hope with that policy, and if it is implemented, we have many policies, implementation is a challenge.
Muchala Namutebi singa obadde osisinkanye president essaawa eno ng'oyagala kwogerako naye ku bikwatagana ku kategori y'abantu nga mmwe. Kintu ki kye wandimugambye, bintu ki ebisatu bye wandimugambye nti bino president biteeke mu nkola ku lw'abantu abalinga ffe n'abantu abaliko obulemu eyo abali mu ggwanga?
Neyanziza nnyo singa afuna omukisa gw'okumwogerako naye. Ekisooka nani mugambye abalina albinism oba bannamagweya mu Luganda twagala okukuumibwa. Obuzigo bwe tukozesa bwe tuyita sunscreen babutugulire nga gavumenti. Kanseta abantu bangi n'okusomesa abantu nti okubeera ne disability si buteesobola era tusobola. Families tuviira ddala waka okwagala omuntu bwe weeyagala bwe bakwagala osobola okubeera kyonna ky'osobola. Ekirala kye nandigambye omukulu w'eggwanga kutuyamba tusome. Abantu abaliko obulemu bw'oba tosomye mu 2025 challenges nyingi nnyo. Obutasoma bubi nnyo era kiva ku ignorance. Then two, poverty batuyambe oba naffe nga bwe tweyamba tusobole okufuna ekikumi mu nsawo.
Tweyanziza nnyo, tweyanzege omukyala Namutebi ate ono y'omu ku bantu abaliko obulemu era yagambye nti ate obulema si buteesobola. Nze nzikiriza nti buli kimu kirungi ddala. Mpozi n'ekisembayo kyekyokuba nga tubadde wano n'omukyala akulira trade union. Kiki ekirina okukolebwa okulaba nga obukiiko bwammwe ne trade unions eddoboozi lyammwe eriwulira butereevu ng'abakozi n'abantu ababeera mu Uganda nga muliko obulemu wakati gye tukolera mu business ne mu workplaces ewa?
Nze kye ŋŋamba nti twetaaga nnyo okumanyisa abantu. Kubanga nyinza okuga nti abantu abaliko obulemu tetumanyi kine trade unions gye ziri oba batono nnyo kufa abamanyi nti gye ziri. So okola synergies ezo ebintu bingi biri the other side. Information unfortunately waffe ejja mpola nnyo obutamanya bungi. So tulina okumanyisibwa nti opportunities gye ziri then tuzitwale.
Parliament yo ekoze ekimala okulaba nga amateeka agateekebwa mu nkola. Mulina amateeka eri si mmwe mwekka, waliwo ne bannammwe nga tebasobola kutambula, tebalina magulu, nga ku bizimbe kuteekwa okubaako toilets zaabwe, nga ku bizimbe kuteekwa okuba kwe batambulira awamu n'osanga nga tewali. Parliament ekoze ekimala okulaba nga egoberera amateeka ne gavumenti n'egenforcinga mwe musobola okuba n'obulamu obulungi nga bufaanagana n'obw'abalala.
Parliament egezezaako naye tugamba nti okugakola amateeka naye nga tebaga followinga kubeera implemented bwe buzibu bwe tulina. For instance, abantu abalina albinism bantu batono nnyo abamanyi nti waliwo etteeka the Anti-Human Sacrifice Act. Etteeka eryo ligaana munnayuganda yenna okusaddaaka omuntu alina albinism. Naye bameka abalimanyi kababe ba law enforcement naffe ffennyini tetulimanyi. So yes, amateeka bagakoze naye obutamanya bukyali bungi and then implementing that.
Tweyanziza nnyo, tweyanzege omukyala Medalist Olive Namutebi era tusobola okumuleka yeddirayo ne yeetuulira. Tubadde twogera ku nsonga nnyingi ezikwatagana ku bantu abaliko obulemu. Abantu bonna abalina obulemu mu ggwanga balina omukisa gwe gumu nga abantu abalala. All people with albinism, all people in the disability sector, they have equal rights, equal opportunities to everything in the nation. So as we are still here, the event is going on and the delegates are so many. The Vice President is in the House, ministers and all other people, other dignitaries in the House. So I still have my friend on set. She'll be joining me with another conversation with an interesting delegate. And I know women out there, you'll benefit. You had so many questions about the GROW funds. Hope you have received the GROW money, or you are not in the category.
I haven't received the GROW money, but I am going to talk to the person at the helm of the GROW project. Well, you're still watching Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, and we are coming to you live from Chankwanzi, where the Women's Day celebrations are taking shape. Now, speaking about the GROW project, it is a project that is geared towards financially empowering women businesses, and I will be speaking to Mrs. Ruth Kasolo to have this conversation with me. Hello, good morning, and happy Women's Day.
Thank you, thank you.
You look beautiful. The colors are giving. Can I take just 1 minute to admire? But we don't have the time. Well, Mrs. Ruth Kasolo, first of all, I'm glad to have you here, and I'm glad that we are having a conversation about the GROW project. My colleague just asked me if I have received the GROW money. So I think that's where the conversation should start. What is this GROW project? What is this money? Because I've had many speakers talk about it, and I know that you're the person at the helm of this project. So please tell us more about it.
The GROW project is an intervention of the government of Uganda with a grant from the World Bank, and it's looking at supporting women, those that want to really advance from being micro to small or small to medium. But it's not only about loans. The GROW project has loans for women, and I think it's the lowest currently on the market at 10%. I am glad that so far we've given 50 billion to women, to 2,175 women in over 80 districts, and some of the women are already there. So for me today, coming here today, when we've given 50 billion, it's a very big achievement. And coming here today when we're already launching apprenticeship for women, because GROW also has apprenticeship for women. The Ministry of Gender has already advertised asking for women that want apprenticeship to be placed in companies, those that don't have are graduates, don't have a job but aspire to go in a particular sector, or some of the women that have employees that want to be put into bigger enterprises. GROW will be able to pay for that 100%. And also training for women, essential skills. We're also putting infrastructure for women. So GROW project, apart from loans, is actually doing a little bit more to assist women in a holistic way. We want to also support women to register their businesses, to have UNBS certification for their products. And I think that this is the time for women. It's really time for women to shine, and the GROW fund, the GROW loan will be available even after the project, because the money we give women, once they pay back, we give it to other women. And I think that is something that the government has done for women.
Now, when you talk about the money, which kind of businesses is this money supposed to go to? What, as a woman, which kind of business or sector do I have to be a part of to be able to have this money?
Basically, when you look at the GROW project, we are practically funding all sectors of the economy. Apart from those in tobacco, alcohol, they are harmful goods we don't fund, but we have a lot of attachment to agriculture, construction, services like tourism, ICT, and we give from 4 million to 200 million. Surprisingly, 77% of the women have been borrowing between 4 million to 20 million, meaning that the women at the lower bottom we want to fund are really accessing the money. And we have some that have gotten 200 million, 100, 150 million. There are not so many, but there are some women we have in particular locations of the country that we think are ready to make impact in the society. So, yeah.
And how do I access this money? What's the criteria?
We are working with 6 banks. Stanbic Bank is now on board. Postbank, DFCU Bank, Finance Trust Bank, Centenary Bank. If you go to any of those banks, we release money in tranches. You become a customer. You become their customer. You do not have to own an account in that bank to get a loan. You can become a new customer and access the money. We are currently also working at supporting these areas. There are areas where women have not accessed anything, zero, like Madi region. We want to work through SACCOs and MFIs to be able to ensure that women can access money in those particular areas.
Okay. Should my business have been around for like 5 years before I can get this?
No. Even if it's 1 year, you can access the GROW money. Even other services, you can access it. And you know what? The interesting thing about the GROW loan, the interest rate is 10%. But if you pay well, half term, if your loan, let's say, is 1 year, and 6 months you've not defaulted, you get a rebate of 5% minimum, meaning the loan, the cost goes down. And if you're in Busoga region, Karamoja region, you know what you get? 10% rebate. It's like zero. It's like the loan is typically for free. Yes.
Wow, interesting. And now, Mrs. Ruth Kasolo, what is your last message to women? What has, let's go personal just in a minute. What have you done as a woman to keep yourself brilliant, looking bright, looking beautiful, but also achieving your goals as a woman, career growth and everything? Please give it to us, all of it. We want to hear it.
I think what I have to tell women is that be positive. Be positive no matter the circumstances. Love yourself and be focused. Even when things don't come the way you want it, you should not lose focus. And always know that everybody that is where you want to be has not gotten things on the silver plate. So once you know that, you can be everything. You can still be a mother and an MD. You can still be a lawyer and also be a businesswoman. When you look at all these women, there's so much, and the main thing I see from them is courage. Once you have courage and you're positive, you know what kills women? It's not being positive, being negative, because we go through a lot. And I think this government has given women an opportunity to shine and thrive. So let us, women who are watching me, let us be able to thrive where we are put as a seed, because it's possible to do it. Yes.
Katalekeka, is marriage important or career is more important?
I think one thing I want to tell women is that Oprah Winfrey decided not to get married, but she was successful. Mother Teresa, we talk about her. She impacted so many women. It's according to your aspirations. For me, I think everybody has something they want to aspire to do. It is very possible to be married and have a good career. But it's also possible to have a good career, have no kids, not married, and you're happy and you're impacting lives. We've seen many women that didn't give birth to children that are impacting lives. We've seen many women that have failed in marriages, like Princess Diana, but she's still a princess of people's hearts. So really, don't put those social stereotypes as a woman on yourself. Be what you can be and give the world what you can give.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Ruth Kasolo. It's been a pleasure having this conversation with you. And thank you so much, dear viewer, for being a part of this conversation. Now, if you're a lady out there, you do not have to let social stereotypes keep you in a place that you don't want. Like she said, if you want to be married and also have a career, go ahead and pursue this both. You can still achieve. And if you don't want to be if you don't want to be a wife or to get married, but want to pursue your career, you can still impact society. As long as it is what you want, then go ahead at it with full throttle and fight for it and do it. She said you must focus and be positive as a woman at everything that you do. Well, let me hand you over to Mercy Lugemwa.
Thank you so much, Monica. We are still doing a live broadcast, coming live from Butemba grounds, and we have so many people interesting. Olive has been having a conversation here. You have heard about Grow Funds and the Grow Project. Hopefully, women, we are going to be inclusive when it comes to empowerment and development issues. Women, we should not be so much informal. Let's go informal so that we develop our families, we make investments, and we be part of the bigger development and investment in the country. I have someone here interesting. I have heard that she is the youngest medalist. She's joining me on set, looking like a queen. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
You look very beautiful.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
What is your name?
My name is Okelo Sharon Nagenjo. I hail from Oyam district. They know me on social media as the girl from Oyam.
The girl from Oyam. If they can see this, they will know that you are a real medalist. How did you get yourself up to this level at this young age?
I would first of all say a lot of mentorship by people who have been there before, then the hard work that I put in, and then of course my compassionate heart, because I chose this field that many people probably shy away from at the young age. People tend to want to get into this field when they are a little bit older and they're done with lots of work, then they open up the NGOs and stuff. But I chose to impact lives with my career, earn from impacting lives, but also be able to change the lives of my people in Oyam district and northern Uganda at large.
Yeah. Which career is this one we are talking about?
That is women empowerment. You know, the woman is a backbone of a family. So when you empower a woman, you've empowered all. So first of all, I was looking at the young women, especially the teenage mothers, to show them that it's not the end, that much as you have hit rock bottom, there is opportunity to rise again. Now that opportunity is business. That opportunity is financial independence, because right now gender-based violence and all the challenges that we face as women, the biggest contributor is the fact that we don't have money. Because when you have money, you actually have power. But also when you get the money, always make sure that family comes first. Yeah.
What is your profession?
Professionally, I am a communications specialist. Yeah, I did mass communication, mastered in mass communication, was honored in mass communication and doctorate, yes.
So
currently, I am the executive director for Northern Uganda Women's Network for Business Development and also the executive director for Triumph Women Initiative. I also ran an online and TV show, Triumph, which tells stories about how women have overcome adversity.
A girl from Oyam, what is your view about equality to girls, equality to women, and actually what should be done for ladies out there who are shy to see that they reach your level or even go far?
First of all, I'll say it starts from you. Nobody is going to come and approach shyness from you. It's support. I will say, I'll give myself as an example, that when you see me, does not mean that my legs are not shaking when I'm talking. When I knock every door for opportunity, does not mean I'm not scared of it. But that's the only option I have. I have to knock the door for the opportunity. I have to request, I have to seek help when I want to. So it starts from me. It's the confidence in me that makes me knock the door, and it's the discipline and the trust that I build with those people that keeps me in that door. So first of all, integrity matters as a girl child. Yeah.
Is there a Mr. or we should be?
Officially, no.
Thank you so much. The girl from Oyam, she's the youngest medalist, and you have heard it all. We have been having interviews and conversation with women, but now we have seen a girl at a young age. I know, time to come or a few years to come, I'll see my colleague Olive receiving a medal, and I'll be here to interview you. Back to you, Olive.
Okay, the medal received, I don't know, first I'm going to speak to a lady who is a plumber in the engineers brigade in the UPDF, General Construction. So in my mind, I was like, you can't wait to see me as a soldier. Well, we are still having conversations here at the Women's Day celebrations, and right about now I'm being joined by an officer in the UPDF, but also a member of General Construction. She did mention that she's a plumber, but I'll let her introduce herself. Happy Women's Day.
Happy Women's Day too, madam.
Your name?
Agaba Baker.
Agaba Baker, you're being recognized today and you have received a medal. Tell us about your service in the Army.
It is now 15 years down the road. I've been serving there under General Construction. It's now 112 Regiment based in Mbarara City. That's where I work from. And I've been recognized, given the Golden Jubilee Medal today. I want to encourage ladies there out that any chance given, you can use it. That opportunity, you never know. It may take you to another level or make you meet a lot, and everything will be good for you.
Okay, that's a beautiful message for women. And how do you find your work? You're in a male-dominated industry, working as a plumber. How do you find it as a woman, and what message do you have to young girls that may have the same goal and dream to do what you do?
As human, it is tiresome, but with passion, I do everything. That's why I've been recognized today.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Afande, and happy Women's Day.
Happy Women's Day too to people of Black Eye, where I'm born from.
Okay, well, we are at Chankwanzi, where the Women's Day celebrations are taking shape. We have received many dignitaries. The Vice President of the country, Jessica Alupo, has already arrived. The Deputy Prime Minister, Rebecca Kadaga, has also arrived, and many other ministers and executives are here. We have ambassadors like the one of Sweden. We have the UN resident coordinator in Uganda, and so many more that are already here to celebrate women, their achievements, their contributions, and their struggles when it comes to gender equality. My name is Olive Monica Najuma. I've been doing this with
Mercy Lugemwa. Happy Women's Day to you and to all Ugandans.
Well, happy Women's Day to you. You ladies, you do so much. You are the bedrock of our society. You are the bedrock of Uganda. And wherever you are the bedrock of this entire continent, really. And outside of the continent, women across the world, you are the reason why we are here today. So we celebrate you. Enjoy the day. Now we will be handing you over to the official event. And please stick around because everything will be happening live at Uganda Broadcasting Corporation.
Thank you very much, Echitaguru dancers, for this powerful entertainment. I will invite the band.
Mrs. Abeino Mugisha, representing your late husband. Ladies and gentlemen, the time we have been waiting for has come. The chief guest has arrived. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. Your Excellency, you're very, very welcome to join us for this International Women's Day celebration.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, we are always proud to receive you on an occasion like this. On this one, we are celebrating Beijing Plus 30. You are most welcome, Your Excellency, sir. His Excellency the President, atuwubiddeko banaye mumuwubireko bw'atyo nno bw'atwagala tatuwubira na mikono gyokka naye n'omutima gwe gutuwubira. Your Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, you are most welcome. He is going to be received by the VVIPs. Is received by Her Excellency the Vice President, the National Vice Chairperson NRM, the Minister for the Presidency, the Minister for Gender, Labour and Social Development, the members of SEC, the Service Chiefs, the Chairperson, National Women's Council. Mama, you are welcome. His Excellency the President has come with Mama, our Mama, Mama Janet Museveni. You know, this is our day and this is also her day. You are most welcome, Your Excellency, and you are most welcome, Mama. Thank you for all the work that you are doing for the nation.
Our guest of honor, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, is now moving to inspect the parade. Your Excellency, sir, the parade you are inspecting is commanded by Colonel Susan Mwanga, who you just promoted to this full rank of a colonel just yesterday. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. The parade commander is assisted by Captain Marion Gertrude Alum. The parade adjutant, Your Excellency, is Captain Esther Apieno. The parade RSM is Warrant Officer 2 Kamuli Lillian. The color party is commanded by Captain Jacqueline Namasawa, together with Lieutenant Lydia Namuwenje. They are assisted by Lieutenant Eunice Nandudu and Lieutenant Sauda Awuma. On reserve we have Lieutenant Joan Nakubulwa. The color RSM is Private Lakot Pasca, Your Excellency. The powerful band spicing this parade, Your Excellency, is commanded by Lieutenant Innocent Aloyo from the Uganda People's Defense Force. She is assisted by Inspector of Police Kawambe Grace and Principal Officer 2 Mirunji Ruth from the Uganda Prison Service. The parade admin for this powerful, beautiful parade is yet another recently promoted commander, Major Joan Elias Kamayonza. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for accelerating growth of women in uniform as they serve. Your Excellency, this parade is comprised of 8 guards from the Uganda People's Defense Force, and guard number 1 is commanded by Lieutenant Brenda Aparo and Lieutenant Joan Kawa. Guard 2 is commanded by Lieutenant Scovia Kevin Akelo and 2nd Lieutenant Lillian Chungo. Guard 3 is commanded by Lieutenant Bira Katayike and Lieutenant Linda Naigaga. Guard 4, the commanders are Lieutenant Rita Kasoma Kauta and Lieutenant Diana Atukwase. Guard 5, Lieutenant Colin Awino and Lieutenant Margaret Anyango. Guard 6 is commanded by Lieutenant Prosi Luwandinda and Lieutenant Marion Asimwe. Guard 7 commanded by Constance Wanyama Awuma and 2nd Lieutenant Agnes Chikatoj. Guard 8 commanded by Lieutenant Monica Lakarabe and 2nd Lieutenant Brenda Kawasomi. Your Excellency, the Uganda Police Force makes 3 guards on this parade. That is guard number 9, commanded by Assistant Inspector of Police Achen Jennifer and Assistant Inspector of Police Awuma Caesarea. Guard 10, commanded by Assistant Inspector of Police Akulo Christine and Assistant Inspector of Police Nabukwasi Rose. Guard 11, commanded by Assistant Inspector of Police Lamono Christine and Assistant Inspector of Police Makeba Miriam. The Uganda Prison Service makes 2 guards in this parade. That is guard number 12, commanded by Assistant Superintendent of Prisons Victoria Mutonyi and Principal Officer 2 Esther Awori. And guard number 13 is commanded by Assistant Superintendent of Prisons Innocent Amito and Principal Officer 2 Susan Abu. And then guard number 14 is from the Uganda Wildlife Authority, which is commanded by Lieutenant Angom Oliver and Lieutenant Adokoraj Kevin.
Your Excellency, our distinguished guest now, His Excellency, the President is inspecting the band. Excellency, thank you so much for being in touch with the parade and the band. Nawana Winchi, Your Excellency, now we are going to proceed with prayers. Thank you. Thank you, Parade Commander. Your Excellency, now we are going to proceed with prayers. We have got today the ladies who are going to lead prayers. As we have had the parade, that whole parade, all the guards are by female. Yuabazukuru, all those are Yuabazukuru who are ladies. Your Excellency, we shall have ladies leading prayers. We have, today is Saturday, we shall have the Seventh-day Adventist leading us in prayer, Pastor Evelyn Muhire, who is representing the Seventh-day Adventists of Uganda. Then for the Muslim faith, we shall have Hajat Sophia Kenyanji, who is the chairperson of Uganda Muslim Supreme Council. We welcome all those who are with them in the faith, but only two of them will pray at this time.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, all protocol observed. I am Evelyn Mohile of SDA Church Union in Uganda, standing in for Mrs. Lilian Mugrea. Let's bow our heads for that prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, glory and honor be to your name. The Bible says in Psalms chapter 1, verse 1, blessed is the man who walks in the steps of our Lord. On this day, Lord, we commit all women everywhere. Lord, help each of us to be capable, intelligent, and virtuous women, faithful, diligent, generous, and spiritually strong. May your love and kindness always be in our hearts and on our lips. Help us to be loving and excellent wives to our husbands, and also help us to reflect your love to our children and our parents. Give us the wisdom as to manage our homes. We pray for single women, young women, mothers, grandmothers, and especially for women who are feeling hopeless. The burden they carry is too heavy. They need you truly. They need your strength, peace, and joy to fill them up. We pray for protection over their families. Heal them and restore them. Help us to be faithful to your call. Dear Lord, we acknowledge the different programs the government has put forward to uplift the women financially, like Parish Development Model, Grow Women, Operation Wealth Creation, among others, hence reducing on poverty levels among our families, through women starting up small businesses and managing them well. We thank God and the government for providing an enabling environment that is gradually transforming women from subsistence to commercial agriculture. We believe that God understands our feelings, hopes, fears, and all our physical, mental, emotional, social, and spiritual needs, and that is his promises are true. We thank the government for the women high labor force participation rates involving women in initiatives to address gender-based violence, unlike in the previous government. I also dedicate in a special way our dear President of this country, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for his leadership to this nation. He has put women in change in big offices. Lord, let ladies prove to you and our Creator and the nation that we are good servants. If we are trusted, the nation can achieve more and more blessings to our country, Uganda. In a special way, I also dedicate our Honorable Amongi Betty, the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, for the great work and service to this nation. Bless her as she's serving. In a special way, Lord, I also dedicate all the UPDF people in your hand. They are doing great work, more so the ladies, for the great work they are doing to our nation. Bless them and also bless their families as they are serving. Furthermore, our God, bless all the religious leaders who are here and all those ones who are not here who are serving you in this country. Let them do their work in accordance to your word. Bless this function as we celebrate our existence as female gender. I've prayed, believing and trusting the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Everyone say amen. Amen for God and my country.
Your Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Mama, our Vice President, allow me to observe the protocol. My name is Kenyan Sophia, National Chairperson, Uganda Muslim Women Council. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, the creator of all things, the giver of wisdom, and the source of justice. Bless this occasion as we gather to honor the dignity, the strength, and contribution of women. We raise hand in gratitude and supplication. Ya Allah, we thank you for the gift of life, the guidance of the holy books, the honor that you have bestowed upon women. You have made believing men and women allies of one another, enjoying the righteous and forbidding evil. As in the Quran, the believing men and women are allies of one another. They enjoy the rights and forbid the wrong. Quran chapter 9, verse 71. We acknowledge the countless sacrifices, patience, resilience of women, our mothers, our sisters, our daughters and our leaders who have uphold the family, who are building the communities and nurturing the nation. Ya Allah, elevate our status in society, protect women from injustices, and grant us wisdom and strength to continue being pillars of faith and progress. Ya Allah, guide us to treat women with dignity, honor, as the Prophet said, the best of you are those who are best to their women. Ya Allah, bless our President, Mama Janeti, and the First Family. Bless our government leaders in their protocol who are holding the nation. Grant them wisdom, foresight, and sincerity to lead this nation with justice and integrity. Fill their hearts with compassion for the vulnerable and guide them to enact policies that uplift the downtrodden. Almighty God, we pray and appreciate our leaders for creating the environment where women thrive, for making policies that promote equality, education, and protection. Make them true advocates of justice as commended in the holy books and the Constitution of Uganda. Ya Allah, as we are in the fasting period, accept our prayers, forgive us sins, grant us strength. Let our fasting not be for food, but from our heart. Protect us and cleanse us, so that we are able to renew our faith. Forgive us. Let us forgive one another. Ya Allah, bless the women of this nation with economic strength, knowledge, and the means to sustain their families with dignity. Remove barriers that hinder their progress and open doors and opportunities for them. Unite us in purpose of justice and equality. Grant us stability to raise the next generation of God-fearing, responsible and honorable men and women. Let this gathering be the witness of sincerity. We pray for the sick. We pray for those who are not having good life. We pray for collective efforts that may endure prosperity for all. We pray and appreciate our President's efforts that have uplifted and empowered women for socio-economic transformation that we see in Uganda. We pray for peaceful election ahead of us. Uphold the government programs that empower our women. Amen. For God and my country.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, now we shall proceed with the march past. Your Excellency, that is the performance of your girls. In Kiswahili, wajukuu wao. Wajukuu wako. Your Excellency, wajukuu wako. Mimi ni mwanafunzi wa Kiswahili, ninajaribu.
Your Excellency, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, our guest of honor for this celebration. This marks the end of the parade. The color party is now being picked. A round of applause to the parade commander for commanding a very beautiful parade. Your Excellency, this demonstration we have just witnessed of the very young, energetic, productive, and smart women is a representation of the many women in uniform out there. The smartness is a testament that the government of Uganda is taking good care of our welfare. We have seen Wazalendo Sacco marching. The Uganda Police Force has a Sacco. The Uganda Prison Service has a Sacco, plus many other welfare initiatives that you have supported from time to time. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Once again, I want to pass our sincere appreciation to Your Excellency that in this parade you recognized and promoted just yesterday 3 officers, including the parade commander who came to Chankwanzi as a lieutenant colonel, but she is walking away from here as a full colonel. That is Colonel Susan Mwanga. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. The parade admin also received your promotion just yesterday from the rank of captain to a major. Major Joan Elias Kamayonza, congratulations and thank you so much, Your Excellency. And the third beneficiary of your recognition on this special occasion is Lillian Chungu, who came here as a second lieutenant but leaving this ground as a full lieutenant. Lieutenant Lillian Chungu, congratulations. So the energy we have witnessed here is a full testament that women are ready to perform and will always perform. You bring us to the field, we shall perform. Back to office, we perform. So the color party is leaving. And the parade commander will now be handing over the parade to the Twaisi. The parade I see taking over command of the parade is Captain Marion Gertrude Alum. So the parade I see will now be marching off the parade. Your Excellency, once again for your recognition, the parade adjutant who assisted the parade admin to organize this beautiful parade is Captain Esther Athieno, and the parade RSM is Warrant Officer 2 Kamuli Lillian. The color party was commanded by Captain Jacqueline Namasaba, together with Lieutenant Lydia Namuwenje. They were assisted by Lieutenant Yungis Nandudu and Lieutenant Sauda Auma. And Lieutenant Diana Atkwasi. Guard 5 was commanded by Lieutenant Colin Awino and Lieutenant Margaret Anyao. Guard 6, Lieutenant Prosi Nwandinda, Lieutenant Marion Asimwe. Guard 7 was commanded by Lieutenant Constance Wanyama Auma and 2nd Lieutenant Agnes Chikatoch. Guard 8, Lieutenant Monica Lakare and 2nd Lieutenant Brenda Kabasomi. Guard 9 of the Uganda Police Force commanded by AIP Achen Jennifer and AIP Auma Caesarea. Guard 10 AIP Akulo Christine and AIP Amuge. Guard 11 AIP Lamuno Christine and AIP Makeba Miam. The Excellency Guard number 12 for Uganda prisons was commanded by Victoria and PO2 Esther Awori, Guard 13, ASP Innocent Amito, Officer 2 Susan Apu, of the Uganda, Lieutenant Angom and Lieutenant Adon. Sounds from the 3 bands combined from the UPDF, Uganda Police Force, and the Uganda Prison Service are under the command and Innocent Aloyo, assisted by Inspector of Police Kawa and Principal Officer 2 Birungi Ruth from Prison Service. Parade admin, you did a good job. Joe and Elias, come on. Thank you very much, the band and the parade at large, for the wonderful display. Your Excellency, allow me inform that the 3 forces are well represented by the leadership. The leadership of the Uganda People's Defense Force, the CDF, is represented by the Deputy CDF, Lieutenant General Sam Okiding, and the Uganda Police Force is represented by the Deputy Inspector General of Police, James Ochaya. The Uganda Prison Service leadership is represented by the Deputy Commissioner General Samuel Akena. And the women from these services have also been ably in this ceremony. From the Uganda People's Defense Forces, we have Colonel Lydia Namu, all the women Defense Force. Uganda Police.
Webale taata era ndowooza olaba essanyu ery'eggwanga lyonna nga liri wano ekyankwanzi. Kkiriza Your Excellency wabeerewo abakusanyusaamu ate nga bigenda mu maaso. Your Excellency, bano bazzukulu b'Olutamaguzi Memorial High School. Thank you.
onesimo mukasa omwenkanonkano yensonga enkulu mutegama tundete eyo byakomanda luli kuba lyabakoza bacawedembe era batikomya abantu nefuga ejogola obusi kayogere kikanyabo nakatesa bikilazima ebigasa omwami bwayogere bitazimba yetali wabula naye ebyo byakoma katitogere kimuzeyi wali byakoze byeraga kati abakyala kuva ke bafiira era abantu babitima kati n'emirimu bafuna emibede akasente kati bafuna bidyemweza nkulo n'emyuka omwenkanonkano gw'abakyala kyasamba femme mulanga tukulya ekidango kyagwanga muje kati abakyala kwebaza yererere mama abakyala mwena musitukere mwetale mwafuna omulwanyi w'eddembe lyammwe yebyo muzeeyi byakola omwenkanonkano gw'abakyala kyasamba femme mulanga tukulya ekidango kyagwanga muje kati abakyala kwebaza yererere mama abakyala mwena musitukere mwetale mwafuna omulwanyi w'eddembe lyammwe yebyo muzeeyi byakola mulimu abakyala baziranga bamanyi bakoze omulimu sipiika waffera webale vice president wangana mama nakajo waffe bana abakyala ddala obalwanidde ne mama webale mama jenetetepekansuso tutamaguzi memorial gakyali kubyakola ensima tetusaba mama tulwanire basedduku tonabo bakangavure akaffe tenne muzeeyi mutugambira ageze omwenkanonkano gw'abakyala kyensonga femme mulanga tukulya ekigambo kyagwanga muje kati abakyala kwebaza yererere mama abakyala mwena musitukere mwetali mwafuna omulwanyi w'eddembe lyammwe yebyo muzeeyi byakola omwenkanonkano gw'abakyala kyensonga femme mulanga tukulya ekigambo kyagwanga muje kati abakyala kwebaza yererere mama abakyala mwena musitukere mwetali mwafuna omulwanyi w'eddembe lyammwe yebyo muzeeyi byakola kateddembe ly'abakyala wolitatefe tusaba okomewo n'ebintu tubisuubira ku mulembe gwe byafuna omugaso enfuga byekuganyibwa okukola byonna byafunga lufubo naye ebibiina byokwekulaakulanya tusaba yongereseemu kateera abasaba gyempiseeyise bandyeruddeeyo oyongere bangi mu bifo eby'amaanyi n'abali agakyusanga kubanga boobesigwa ku bye bakoledde naffe tusiima abo booba mwesiga mu kugenda mu maaso uganda etiike omwenkanonkano gw'abakyala kyensonga femme mulanga tukulya ekidango kyagwanga muje kati abakyala kwebaza yererere mama abakyala mwena musitukere mwetali mwafuna omulwanyi w'eddembe lyammwe yebyo muzeeyi byakola omwenkanonkano gw'abakyala kyensonga femme mulanga tukulya ekidango kyagwanga muje kati abakyala kwebaza yererere mama abakyala mwena musitukere mwetali mwafuna omulwanyi w'eddembe lyammwe yebyo muzeeyi byakola
Rachel.
Your Excellency and Mama, Tata Kiriza na bano bakusanyuseemu babayita Kyankwanzi District Women Circle. Thank you.
twafuna ebyokolawo mukikirize nti gwe mwenkanonkano bamama b'eggwanga twesiimye kubanga twawona emanju ekyokwekolera kitujjeeyo mu buddu tukwebaza muzeeyi omwenkanonkano guno gwatuyambye mu maka abafumbo tuyambagana okula semiti nze n'enjiwa omusenyu gwe mwenkanonkano tulina ku ssente gavumenti weebale twatulanga okano olinda omwami akuleetera ekyokulya kati ngula ettooke n'asasula ensimbi ezigenda ku ssomero omwenkanonkano guno tekitegeeza nti gwe nkuma nkuddize kigenze mukuteesa ne tugatta obwongo mu kwekulaakulanya ebyetaago by'omaka akazigongaako osanga nkaleese bakutira abaami mukuba okwesigaye kwekulaakulana b'eggwanga twesiimye kubanga twawona emanju ekyokwekolera kitujjeeyo mu buddu tukwebaza muzeeyi omwenkanonkano guno gwatunyawula emboozi awatali bikolwa bwe twafuna ebyokolawo mukikkirize nti gwe mwenkanonkano bamama b'eggwanga twesiimye kubanga twawona emanju ekyokwekolera kitujjeeyo mu buddu tukwebaza muzeeyi omwenkanonkano guno gwatuyamba mu maka abafumbo tuyambagana ogula semiti nze n'enjiwa omusenyu gwe mwenkanonkano muzeeyi museveni otujjeeyo bamama olutadde ku mwanjo ensalo y'abakyala tugezanga iweebuuze lwaliganyulamu eza pdm nazo noosiine zaatayo yenkulaakulana kati tuli ku ddala ey'ensi yonna tuli bakyala bebeebuuza ekirala twebaza nnyo omubaka omukyala nti mama weebale kumenyesa byetuyambye nnyo bamama n'otugatta ne kubona nengadde netumuseveni naye atusindiryemu mama prisili tukenya tukwebaza nti weebale okoze nnyo mama prisili tukenya tukwebaza nti weebale okoze nnyo bamama b'eggwanga twesiimye kubanga twawona emanju ekyokwekolera kitujjeeyo mu buddu tukwebaza muzeeyi omwenkanonkano guno gwatufuula emboozi awatali bikolwa bwe twafuna ebyokolawo mukikkirize nti gwe mwenkanonkano bamama b'eggwanga twesiimye kubanga twawona emanju ekyokwekolera kitujjeeyo mu buddu tukwebaza muzeeyi omwenkanonkano guno gwatuyambye mu maka abafumbo tuyambagana ogula semiti nze n'enjiwa omusenyu gwe mwenkanonkano omwenkanonkano kunaabawo okutanga toneeredde mu bufumbo ate bw'oba ofunye akasente okwasizeeko n'omwami wo esente y'ekikani kigobe otuukirire mu mwenkanonkano tetusaba abakyala kiryokoza omikoze tetuyange twafuna obwogerero naye ate waliwo eri bulamu kati ng'ensago y'abakyala akasente tetukozesa muzeeyi tukusaba otwongeremu esente zetufuna ntono ddala obwetaavu tubulina egenda okutematema sente nga sente tezimala muzeeyi tuli mabega w'abakyala tuli mabegawo tuli mukaaga tuli mabegawo tetuli manyerwa ekyo tetutya bamama b'eggwanga twesiimye kubanga twawona emanju ekyokwekolera kitujjeeyo mu buddu tukwebaza muzeeyi omwenkanonkano guno gwatufuula emboozi awatali bikolwa bwe twafuna ebyokolawo mukikkirize nti gwe mwenkanonkano bamama b'eggwanga twesiimye kubanga twawona emanju ekyokwekolera kitujjeeyo mu buddu tukwebaza muzeeyi omwenkanonkano guno gwatuyambye mu maka abafumbo tuyambagana okula sementi nze n'enjiwa omusenyu gwe mwenkanonkano
Your Excellency and Mama, tubebaza okulaba nga mukkiriza abantu bano okubasanyusaamu. Abakyala mwanguwe, abakyala mulage obwakkaada. Your Excellency, ffe mbudde buno nga bannakyankwanzi nga Uganda yonna ezze okukuza olunaku lw'abakyala ekyankwanzi tusiima busiimi obudde bw'otuwa ng'abakyala. Your Excellency, Mukama akutuweera omukisa okuzizza abakyala okuva gavumenti yaffe weejajja mu buyinza 40 years ng'oli ku mukyala. Gavumenti yo, Your Excellency, etuukiriza omulamu gwa mwaka guno accelerate action for gender equality kubanga buli wamu okwatawo. Your Excellency, weebale nnyo, weebalire ddala, tusiima. Taata ffe weetulinga abakyala otumanyi tetuyina we tukyukakyuka era tusiima taata ebigenda mu maaso. Your Excellency and Mama, twongera obeebaza obudde bwe mutuwadde. Your Excellency, nkubuulira ebimu ku bisanyusa abakyala b'ekyankwanzi nti wano mu neighborhood nga 1 kilometer twafunye health center 4 nga police za gavumenti we ziri. Tukwebaza taata. Taata ettaka ly'ekiyuni ly'omanyi obulungi mukyala alonda Nyakayirima lyalimu. Tukwebaza nti wamusasuddeko biliyoni 4 naye katulinde naffe ab'ekyankwanzi tulabe ku byapa byo ng'ettaka ly'ekiyuni gayaza liwedde taata. Taata nyongera okukusaba nti tulinaanye oil roads wano, tulinaanye Kikuube, tulinaanye Hoima, tulinaanye Abanyirira ne Nakyankwanzi. Taata tuwulirize enguudo zaffe taata zisobole okufaanana ez'e Kikuube. Taata Bukwiri Nali olukubo lyeryo, Bukwiri Ntwetwe ekkubo eryo, Masodde Ntwetwe Nkoko ekkubo lyeryo, Musaalaba Kabaale ekkubo lyeryo. Taata naffe tulowoozeeko, watugamba tetumansamansa okumamirira okwo tukoveeko tukonsentratinge ku kimu. Tukwebaza olwa road network eri mu Uganda kati taata. Taata abakyala abo boolabye twebaza maama maaso go yatuwa millions 5 Women's Day wedde era yesaakoyo maama gy'olaba. Watugamba tukole banka era banka twagitanga yesaako eyo sente twazitandika mu banka. Your dream bank Mama Janet is in Kyankwanzi. Be proud of it. Era mama kasita obalabye ebiddiridde bibyo. Mama taata Your Excellency wano wetuli wa Church of Uganda kino kankikugambe naye nga woolabye wetunyumiddwa nga tuli wano Church of Uganda esaba gikwatirako ettaka lino libeere lyayo ebeere ground yaffe nga bannakyankwanzi. Neyaza okumpuliza Your Excellency, thank you so much to come to Kyankwanzi and Mama. Tukwagala nnyo taata, thank you so much. Food cutter soldiers bo abava mu parliament taata nyinawo ba members ba parliament 8 bazze. Minister agenda banjula nze omubaka munnaabwe gwe bazze ku mukolo nze Sendawola Christine Bukenya omubaka omukyalo wa Kyankwanzi district. Taata tukwagala nnyo ate tukwebaza okulaba nga NRM yatufuula kyetuli sandibadde mu parliament singa si NRM kubanga gavumenti yaffe yateekawo someone to represent a district, at least one member of parliament who is a woman. Thank you so much for that. Thank you.
Your Excellency, I am Superintendent of Prisons, Stella Salome Ato. I work as the officer in charge of the Uganda government prison, Luzira Women. Your Excellency, here on this occasion, I am on duty as Assistant Director of Ceremonies. You're most welcome, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, the first Assistant Director of Ceremonies has spoken in Luganda, the second one in English. Mheshimiwa Rais, ninaomba ruhusu niongee kwa Kiswahili. Mimi ni mwanafunzi wa Kiswahili katika program maalum iliyoanzishwa kwa chama cha NRM. Kwa niaba ya walimu na wanafunzi wenzangu, ningependa kukushukuru sana, tena sana, kwa mpangilio huu ambao umetuwezesha kujifunza Kiswahili sanifu. Jina langu ni Alice Muwanguzi. Sisi watatu tumekuwa wasaidizi kwa matangazo. Tunaomba Mheshimiwa Rais kumkaribisha mkuu wa shughuli za sherehe Daktari Mutuzo Peace Regis aendelee na matangazo. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Rais.
Nashukuru sana Mama Alice Muwanguzi, ulikuwa mkufunzi mzuri. Asante sana kwa kuzungumza kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports, Mama Janet Kataha Museveni, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable Speaker of Parliament, the Chief Justice, Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Vice Chairperson of the NRM Party, Honorable leaders of the opposition in Parliament, Honorable Ministers and Ministers of State, Honorable Members of Parliament, Your Highnesses, the traditional and cultural leaders, the clergy, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors and high commissioners, religious leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am greatly honored to preside over this very important occasion as Director of Ceremonies. This year, 2025, this is my 9th time as I direct this ceremony of the International Women's Day. Your Excellency, we want to thank you so much for always and consistently gracing the International Women's Day with your personal presence. We are so excited that Mama is along with you. We want to thank Mama for achieving parity in her sector. It is the first sector that has achieved both equality and parity. Enrollment in primary schools, we already have 50-50, which is equality. High institutions of learning, 46%, which is parity. We want to thank you and celebrate you, Mama, at the 30th occasion of the International Women's Day. At least we have something to talk about. Even the Beijing in New York, which are indicate that in some sectors, including education, we have already achieved equality. Your Excellency, it's a great honor for us to attend this International Women's Day. It is a landmark event because at 30 years, the whole world is now reviewing the steps we have made to achieve the Beijing Platform for Actions indicative measures, which are about 12. But we are pleased that, Your Excellency, it was easier for Uganda because you did not only ratify, but you domesticated even before we went to the Beijing. Uganda had already recognized women because of the NRM revolutionary ideology, where you indicated that every woman
should be allowed the freedom to participate in every sector of social, economic, and political development. Your Excellency, I want to thank the District of Chankwanzi for hosting us and also for attending big numbers. Your Excellency, allow me to introduce to you, but also to the rest of the world, the number of dignitaries, high-profile dignitaries that have come to grace this occasion. Your Excellency, allow me to introduce the First Lady to the rest, because for you came with her. The First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports is here in person. Akarura Bachara. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, retired Major Jessica Alupo Epel, is also here in person. We love your vigilance. Your Excellency, the Vice Chairperson of the NRM Party, Alhaj Moses Chigongo, is here in person. Abachara Mukubira Karuru. Your Excellency, the First Deputy Prime Minister and First Vice Chairperson of the NRM Party, the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga Aritwara, as a mama. Your Excellency, the Third Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Rukia Dakadama, is also here in person. Your Excellency, we have a number of ministers. If I mention all their names which will spend the night here, I beg that colleague members, ministers, kindly stand up for recognition. Ministers and ministers of state, kindly stand up for recognition. Your Excellency, the members of parliament are here in numbers. Like the woman member of parliament indicated here that there are 80, I would wish to request that they stand in person because I cannot mention the names of all the 80 people here. I beg to request that you stand and be recognized in the category of members of parliament. Thank you so much for coming in big numbers. Your Excellency, the members of the diplomatic missions are also here. The members of diplomatic corps, kindly stand up for recognition. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion, and you have always been there. There are many senior commanders, men and women in uniform. I beg that they stand up in recognition. For recognition, the senior commanders in uniform, thank you so much for coming. I want to recognize the chairperson of the Women Council, Madame Farida Chibowa. At the same time, recognize the presence of all the chairpersons of the Women Council. Stand up for recognition. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for taking your space, because without you, we would only be speaking for you, but your presence indicates that you really love what you are seeing. There is a big network of visionary women. Visionary women, the big delegation, but it is led by none other than the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda and Madame Aritwara Kadaga, the First Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you so much for coming. We have residents of Chankwanzi community. Sibarekayo bananga be Chankwanzi muri dawa. Wonawe muri akaruru. Na imikono wa guru. President Muragobo wagiza presidenti. Mwebare nyo kuja. Never neighbor all invited guests. We want to thank you so much for coming. The district chairperson and the leadership of Chankwanzi constituted the national or the district organizing committee. Wherever you are, we want to recognize you. The Pan-African Women Organization, I saw Grace Caballo. We want to thank you so much for coming and always showing presence. The National Organizing Committee, the entire National Organizing Committee, headed by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, we want to thank you so much for organizing this wonderful event. The agenda chairpersons who have also come, trekked a long way. We recognized them, and I'm sure they will also be coming here shortly. I saw a number of university students with a big delegation from Makerere University. Wherever you are, stand up for recognition, but take note that we have recognized your presence. We have cultural leaders who have attended this important occasion in person. And Your Excellency, remember that you have always encouraged cultural leaders to think about gender equality. And there are those who have represented the others because they have already indicated that all negative social cultural practices will be done away with. And I want to recognize His Royal Highness Obara Robert, the King of Bugwe, His Royal Highness Engineer Michael Odong Okune, the Wanyachi of Lango, His Royal Highness Retired Colonel Martin Ayong Kamya, the Omdingia Wawamba, His Royal Highness Isabaruri Sabarongo Mwatansi Mwogezi, who is also the chairperson of Uganda Kings and Cultural Leaders Forum. His Royal Highness Jude Mike Mdoma, the Umukuka Wawa Masaba Babugisu. I want to recognize the Bishop Jacob Ateirweho, the Bishop of Nyoro Kitara Diocese, who is representing His Grace Dr. Stephen Kazimba Mugaru. Right Reverend Dr. James Bokomeko, the Bishop of Betiana Diocese, is also here in person. Can I recognize Dr. Patricia Achan, the Deputy IGG, who has also graced this occasion? Can I also recognize the Head of Service, Madame Lucena Chobe Mbonye? Dr. Topista Wenene, the Deputy Head of Service, thank you so much for the job you are doing. Permanent secretaries who are here, we want to recognize your presence, and the heads of institutions of commissions. I'm also informed that we have the presence of the women who have been serving in the missions. Many of them came back to celebrate with us this International Women's Day. I also want to recognize the presence of the Central Executive Committee members of the NRM. I saw Honorable Lydia Wanyoto and others. We want to thank those members of the Central Executive Committee, all of you who have attended to grace this important occasion for the women of Uganda and for Uganda's progress in the struggle to achieve gender equality and women empowerment. As we join the rest of the world to celebrate the International Women's Day, we have chosen to focus on the national theme, Accelerate Action for Gender Equality. The International Women's Commemoration always brings much joy for us as Uganda, men and women, boys and girls. For the last whole 1 week, every institution, department, and agency has celebrated women by highlighting the achievements they have been able to make, but also realizing where the gaps are and putting mechanisms within which we shall be able to achieve total gender equality. We are happy to come together to celebrate and recognize the contribution of women to national development as we celebrate the progress that we have all witnessed that has been made over the years to empower women along with other members of the households, including boys and girls, the youth, the person with disabilities, and elderly persons. This year, 2025, is an anniversary of the 30 years since the landmark of the 4th World Conference of Women that took place in Beijing in 1995. This conference generated the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, a global agenda for advancing gender equality and advancement of women. 30 years since the Beijing Platform for Action was enacted, Uganda has taken big strides forward to bring about the improved status of women in economic well-being, health, education, leadership, and access to services. For the many achievements, we say thank you, Your Excellency, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and the entire NRM government, which puts trust in the women of Uganda to walk this journey of peace, prosperity, socio-economic transformation. Asante sana, asante sana, asante sana. We thank you always for your visionary leadership. Your Excellency, this impressive gathering of women and men and children from all walks of life show the people of Uganda are firmly behind you. You as a leader, you as an ally of women, you as a promoter for nationalism and a Pan-Africanist. It is also an order, Your Excellency, and distinguished guests, to acknowledge the people of Chankwanzi who have welcomed us. We thank you so much, our sisters and brothers from Chankwanzi, for the great reception extended to all of us. We urge all our guests not to rush back to your respective destinations, but to stay and enjoy the hospitality and the rich culture and heritage of Chankwanzi. We have enjoyed the excellent performance of several groups which were able to entertain us since we came, and we wish to commend them for showcasing the diverse and rich cultural heritage of Uganda through music, dance, and drama. The performance reflects the growth of creative industry, which government has now recognized as a key sector and is placing some resources to ensure that this sector also earns employment to Ugandans. I also commend the work of those who had desired to exhibit. Indeed, many had registered, many had brought their items, but it was important for us not to have so many gatherings, especially in this era. So we request that you take heart, at least those of us who are able to see what you are doing, we can acknowledge, and we are going to write a list for those who had come to the president to take note that you were there and you attended this occasion. Our dear guests, please ensure that you can buy something from the people behind there who were ready to exhibit, because we don't want them to go back with their stock as it came. We are grateful for the presence of everyone, physical and those online. Your Excellency, this event is being viewed online, and we have many journalists that have been covering us and had highlighted this occasion. So it is the only occasion that is happening in Uganda right now. Everybody is viewing the International Women's Day. Once again, I wish everyone present here and all those who have joined us online, on television and radio, a very happy and joyful International Women's Day. It's now my singular honor and pleasure to invite the chairperson of the Women's Council to come and make her remarks as we celebrate the International Women's Day. Madam Farida Chivowa, the space is now yours. Please come quite faster to the podium.
Yeah.
The African women are already dancing. You know how they walk gracefully. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who is also the chairman of the NRM party. Mama, the First Lady, Mama Wegwanga Lino, who is also the Minister of Education and Sports. The Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister, Mama Waife Rebecca Aditwala Kadaga, the Third Deputy Prime Minister, Hajat Rukia Nakadama Isanga, the National Vice Chairman of the mighty party, NRM, Alhaji Moses Chigongo, cultural leaders and religious leaders, honorable ministers and ministers of state, ambassadors, permanent secretaries, officials from the ministries, departments, and agencies, all invited guests, but in a special way, the women leaders from all the districts of Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, on my own behalf and on behalf of all the women of Uganda, I take this singular honor to thank you and Mama for joining the women of Uganda and the rest of the world to commemorate this International Women's Day here in Chankwanzi, Bukwiri Church of Uganda Primary School. Mzee, before I begin, there is a team here that I work with. That is the National Executive of the Women's Council. Let me take this opportunity to invite them to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda and Mama, the First Lady and the Minister for Education, the Vice President, all protocol observed. I greet you in the name of the women of Uganda, for we are created by you and empowered by you. I am Awuma Linda Agnes, the woman member of parliament for Lira, but also the vice chairperson for the National Women Council. Thank you so much for gracing our occasion.
Your Excellency, all protocol observed, Mastula Namatov is my name, the chairperson, Kamuli Women's Council, and the national publicity for the National Women's Council. We are grateful to see you today. As the women of Uganda, we are delighted that you're here. Thank you.
Your Excellency and our beloved Mama, I am Akwi Nora Robina Mugisha, the chairperson of the Women Council of Nakapiripiri District, at the same time the National Treasurer of the Women Council. We are so happy to be in Chankwanzi today. God bless you.
Your Excellency, I'm Kichoncho Brenda, Secretary Female Affairs National Youth Council, and also the youth representative at National Women Executive. Mama, I want to thank you for mentoring us, especially the young women, and also guiding the women of Uganda. You're a true example of a true woman. We thank you and we love you so much. Thank you very much. Mzee Oi! Mzee Oi!
Thank you so very much. Your Excellency, we have a member on the executive who is also a minister in the Ministry of Gender, Honorable Asamo. She represents women with disability in the Women's Council. Allow me also, Your Excellency, in a very special way, to recognize and appreciate our sisters, the women in the uniform. We thank you so much. Thank you for representing us very well. For those of us who failed to join the forces because of some reasons, but we do not take your being there for granted. Thank you. You make us proud. Your Excellency, my name is Hajat Farida Chibowa. I'm the chairperson of the National Women's Council of Uganda, but I am also the chairperson of Kayunga District. I came with a team from Kayunga. The women leaders from Kayunga are there. I also want to introduce myself as the Speaker of the Second Women's Parliament that was held on the 3rd March 2005. Your Excellency, we have lost a number of women in this country in the last few months. One of them is our own, the former Member of Parliament for Nakasongola, Honorable Komhanji Margaret. By the time we came, she was the chairperson of the Gender Committee of Parliament. We also lost Honorable Babadiri, the former Member of Parliament for Koboko. But we also lost our chairpersons, the chairperson of Karenga District Women Council, and Natuk Emma Emily, and just recently we have lost the chairperson of Busia District, Honorable Taka Florence. So it is at this point that I request that we stand and observe a moment of silence for our fallen sisters. May their souls rest in eternal peace. Your Excellency, as you're aware, the National Women's Council that we lead was established by the 1993 Act of Parliament with the major objective of bringing women together for development purposes. Your Excellency, this council has got elective structures from the village to the national level, where I also happen to be the national chairperson with my executive members. We have district leaders and lower government leaders, some of whom are here with us today, and many are there out watching us. Your Excellency and Mama, I want to particularly thank you because since our assumption onto power, you have personally attended all the women's celebrations wherever we have been. When we came into power in 2018, we had our first Women's Day celebration in Bunyangabo district. You attended personally, and Mama. In 2020, we celebrated our Women's Day in Mbale, and you joined us. In 2021, it was time of COVID pandemic, but nevertheless, you still hosted a few of us at State House in Entebbe. In 2022, we hosted the celebrations in Kololo Independence Grounds. In 2023, you hosted us in Chiruhura District, and it was amazing. In 2024, Your Excellency, last year, you never left us. Still, you showed up for the celebrations in Katakwi, and you hosted us, the women's leaders, at State House before the day, which day we can never forget in our lives. Today, 8th March 2025, we are super excited that you and Mama, again, you've not disowned us. You have come to celebrate with us here in Chankwanzi at Bukwiri Church of Uganda Primary School. We, as the owners of the day, we can never take this opportunity to celebrating with us. We are so happy, and we thank you for being with us all the time. This year's day is celebrated under the theme, Accelerate Action for gender equality. Your Excellency, this theme resonates well with your well-intentioned initiatives towards gender equality and women's economic empowerment in Uganda. Many programs have been put in place, like the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, the Parish Development Model, Emyoga, GROW, Jiwakali, SAGE, UPE, USE, but we want to thank you so much for the PDM that has supported income-generating activities at household level. We want to honestly appreciate you for that. I also want to inform you, Your Excellency, that the presidential skilling hubs that you introduced across the country are a very good initiative. I'm confident that these hubs are already producing skilled young women and men who are already competitive in the labor market. Mzee, I have moved with you across the country in these skilling centers, and I have witnessed the ability of these young people to participate in production value chain competitively. We thank you for instilling hope in the young people, especially the girls, most of whom are school dropouts and single mothers. These single mothers, Mr. President, are impregnated by men, and after they abandon them because they don't want to take responsibility. This one we have noted with concern. The industrial hub I have talked about, Mzee, I want to thank you again because you have actually committed to support the circles formed by the graduates from these skilling hubs in their respective districts. We appreciate the technical staff for ensuring these hubs operate effectively, headed by the State House Comptroller, Mrs. Jane Marichi, and the Executive Director, Mr. Raymond. Mr. President, during our tenure of office as National Women's Council, we have registered significant increase in budget for the Women's Council. This saw us popularize the roles of the women leaders and grassroots women, mobilizing them to participate in government programs and equipping them with life skills. However, Mr. President, in 2024-2025, our budget has been adversely cut by 80%. The implication of this is that the 3 million contribution to all the districts to celebrate Women's Day will not be sent, as has been the case, yet it is on such occasions that the districts take stock about their achievements on the existing government programs. Additionally, the institutional support fund that was being dispersed by the district to the district to support district women council leaders to monitor government and non-government programs will not be equally sent, and this has made it difficult to recover WEP money and YLP, yet it is a revolving fund. Women get money, they return it, and others get an opportunity. But without this institutional support, the recovery rate is going down. It's my prayer to redirect Ministry of Finance to reinstate the budget for the National Women's Council to enable your women leaders effectively carry out their mandate. Your Excellency, I'm glad to report to you that the women's movement in Uganda has been engaged in Women's Week activities commemorating this eventful day. I want to take this opportunity to thank each and everyone who has participated and contributed in the Women's Week. I want to thank the Minister of Gender, Honorable Betty, the State Minister, Honorable P.C. Mutuzo, and the PS, Mr. Agre Chibenge, for the activities and all the technical staff in the Ministry of Gender, not forgetting the executive of the Women's Council. We have been so much engaged in the Women's Week doing activities. Among the activities, Your Excellency, that we had was the second Women's Parliament, and that was held on the 3rd of March 2025 under the theme Consolidating Women's Social and Economic Transformation in Uganda. I want to report to you that over 500 carefully selected district women and female youth leaders from across the country attended. This activity was organized by the Parliament of Uganda under the able leadership of the Right Honourable Anita Among, the Speaker of the 11th Parliament. As the rules of procedure of Parliament require, the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker are elected among the honourable members. The honourable members of the Women's Parliament that day democratically elected me as the Speaker of the second Women's Parliament and elected Honourable Macklin Natkunda as Deputy Speaker. Natkunda, the Deputy Speaker of the Women's Parliament, you can wave to the President. I was sworn in and presided over the session, and it was a very good opportunity. First time to enter Parliament, I went straight to the Speaker's chair. The second Women's Parliament focused on 4 areas: the women's political participation in leadership, women's economic empowerment and financial inclusion, education and leadership development for women and girls, climate resilience, and gender equality. Throughout the debate, it came out clearly that all ministries, departments and agencies, and financial bodies, private sector, civil society, organizations should work collaboratively to ensure that women's empowerment, economic empowerment, remains a national priority to sustainable development and inclusive growth. 29 resolutions were agreed upon, and I handed them over to the Right Honourable Speaker of the 11th Parliament, who promised to present them to the Chairman of the Central Executive Committee of the party. At this point, I also want to really appreciate Right Honourable Anita Among for the opportunity accorded to the lower grassroots women leaders of Uganda who attended Parliament that day. As I conclude, Mr. President and Ma'am, despite the progress, challenges still exist that require intentional interventions. Reports indicate that some husbands are denying their wives the opportunity to participate in economic empowerment programs such as the WEP, and women end up missing the opportunity of improving their lives. Chewunyisa. Challenge of gender-based violence, teenage pregnancy, female mutilation, and child marriages persist in most of the parts of the country, which undermine the gains and made in terms of women's empowerment. It is important that these issues are addressed to further advance gender equality in Uganda. Finally, as we prepare for 2026 general elections, it was resolved by the women that 2026 general elections, you still remain our choice as the president of this country. Women, oye! Museveni, oye! Thank you so much. We want to wish you, Your Excellency, a safe stay here, and Janima says when we are going back. The women leaders have been here for a week since Monday, but they said they cannot go back up country without welcoming you here in Chankwanzi. 180 women are here ready to receive you, Mzee. They came from all over the country. Thank you. May God bless you. We love you as our father and the champion of affirmative action. We celebrate you and we celebrate Mama as well. For God and my country.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson of the National Women's Council. May I take the honor to invite the Chairperson of the National United Nations Resident Coordinator. United Nations Resident Coordinator.
I wish you can make it here briefly and quickly. And since the coordinator has opted to come with more than one, I am sure she will introduce the members she has come along with. Madam Chiwango, kindly make a bit faster steps like cadres of the women movement who are moving towards equality so that we can get there as fast as possible. I love the male champion who is supporting the ladies to move at his pace.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Uganda, I couldn't come up here by myself. I had to come with my sisters. So please allow me, with your permission, for them to introduce themselves. Please. Pauline.
Mheshimiwa Baba, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano ya Uganda, Mheshimiwa Mama, asante sana kwa kutuheshimisha na heri sana kwa sikukuu ya kina mama duniani.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Uganda, the First Lady, all protocols observed. My name is Nwanne Wedobaho, and I'm the resident representative for United Nations Development Program in Uganda.
So I'm standing here before Your Excellency with two very powerful women, my two sisters on the United Nations country team in Uganda. Your Excellency, Yoweri Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda. Your Excellency, Madam First Lady of the Republic of Uganda. Your Excellency, the Vice President, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, Honorable Ministers and senior government officials present, Honorable Members of Parliament, heads of diplomatic missions and heads of UN agencies. Two of my sisters are up with me here on the podium. Representatives of the district local governments, representatives from civil society and the private sector, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, and greetings from the United Nations family in Uganda. I am delighted to address you today as we gather to mark this year's International Women's Day under the theme, Accelerate Action for Gender Equality. And I must add, gender equity and gender parity in leadership, which calls for bold and strategic interventions towards a gender-equal future. The commemoration is happening at a time when the world is marking the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, a landmark commitment adopted by 189 governments in 1995, setting the world on a path toward gender equality that was valid then and is valid today. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Uganda is applauded for the policies and programs you have implemented to support women's economic empowerment, such as the National Development Plan 3 and the new one, National Development Plan 4, the Parish Development Model, where women participate fully without discrimination, the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, and the Generating Growth Opportunities and Productivity for Women Enterprises, GROW project. These initiatives, amongst many others, are creating opportunities for women to transition from subsistence to market-oriented activities, enabling them to participate in labor market, access sustainable livelihood options, including financial inclusion, and enhancing household and community resilience. And above all, they promote economic growth in Uganda. Despite these achievements, some challenges persist. Women and girls still face social structural barriers such as patriarchy, which hinder their potential growth and fulfillment, and they also face persistent gender-based violence and also the burden of unpaid care work, which continues to limit women's full participation in the economy, translating to lost opportunities and significant costs to the country. Your Excellency, with just 5.5 years now remaining to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, it is now as important as ever for us to collectively redouble our efforts, advancing SDG 5, Sustainable Goal 5 on gender equality, which is a critical factor which will also underpin the achievement of all the others SDGs. As we reflect on this year's International Women's Day theme of accelerating action for gender equality, let us commit to working together to accelerate bold actions to promote gender equality and women's empowerment in Uganda. Your Excellency, permit me to share an example of how our concerted efforts are making a difference in advancing gender equality while laying the groundwork for food security and resilience, and ensuring access to nutritious food. Through United Nations support to women's leadership in sustainable agriculture, the Kabong Women's Farmers Association improved agronomic practices and marketing and grew from 67 members in 2015 to over 1,800 members today. They have sold maize and beans over this same period worth in excess of $1.6 million US. And this has facilitated the support to the United Nations supported school feeding programs in the Karamoja sub-region, boosting both local nutrition and their economic power. The women of Karamoja are working for Karamoja to feed Karamoja. That is excellent, I think. I call upon all stakeholders, the government, private sector, development partners, civil society, community leaders, the women of Uganda, to take stock of the gains, to take stock of the gaps, and what needs to be done to promote real and strong gender equality. I wish to highlight some of the actions that we need to take. First and foremost, I think we need to invest in women and girls by strengthening implementation of existing gender-responsive policies. This alone can catalyze changes in various ways. For instance, enabling more women and girls to access and benefit from economic opportunities, enabling girls to complete their education cycles, and ensuring perpetrators of violence against women are held accountable. We can also expand access to finance for women by enhancing financial literacy, supporting women-led businesses, and ensuring equitable access to credit and investment opportunities, including value addition, particularly in agriculture, innovation, and the circular economy. We can also support women, support them strongly in the area of digital inclusion for women to enhance their competitiveness and effective participation in the economy. We must also address unpaid care burden by recognizing and redistributing care work to enhance women's economic participation. Men need to do their part for caring after members of their family, especially children. Before I conclude, Your Excellency, I would like to share a message from the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, your good friend, on International Women's Day. He says, and I quote, "When the doors of equal opportunity are open for women and girls, everyone wins. Equal societies are more prosperous and peaceful, and the foundation of sustainable development. On this International Women's Day, we recognize 30 years of progress and achievement since the landmark United Nations Conference in Beijing. When women and girls can rise, we all thrive. Together, let's stand firm in making rights, equality, and empowerment a reality for all women and girls, for everyone, everywhere." End of quote. Your Excellency, my last remarks. The UN family here in Uganda remains committed to working alongside government under your leadership and all partners to accelerate action towards gender equality and women's empowerment. Together, we can create a more inclusive and prosperous future for all in Uganda, and I wish all the women of Uganda and the girls happy International Women's Day. I thank you. Shall we?
Thank you, Excellency, the elaborate, the coordinator of United Nations. Can I take this opportunity to invite Her Excellency, the Ambassador of Sweden, as she comes. Sweden has been a key partner in our development on gender equality and women empowerment. And we took the example because they have already achieved parity, but they have also been supporting many interventions. As she comes, I want to recognize the presence of a big delegation from Mityana. Honorable Nabakova Judith came with a very big delegation from Mityana. You are recognized. Thank you for coming. Another big delegation came from Chiboga. Honorable Ruth Nankabirwa brought a very big delegation from Chiboga. And the Honorable Singa Harriet brought a big delegation from Hoima. Honorable Sarah Najuma brought a big delegation from Nakaseke. And another big delegation came from Kamuli. Kamuli, sponsored by the First Deputy Prime Minister, came along with a very big delegation. Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Sweden, kindly come and make your remarks.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of Uganda, Her Excellency, the Vice President, Honorable Ministers, Members of Parliament, Excellencies, Heads of Diplomatic Missions, UN agencies, distinguished representatives from civil society, private sector, government institutions, local leaders, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It's an honor to stand before you today, representing Team Europe and the gender development partners in Uganda, as we gather here in Kiankwanzi district to celebrate International Women's Day 2025. Today is a moment to reflect, celebrate, and recommit ourselves to ensuring that every woman and girl, regardless of their background, fully enjoys her fundamental rights, experiences true equality, and is empowered to realize her full potential. Sweden has long championed gender equality as a cornerstone of our society. We firmly believe that empowering women and girls is not only a moral obligation,
but also a prerequisite for sustainable development and prosperity. This commitment is reflected also in our development cooperation, where gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls are prioritized. As we have heard today, this year marks the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, which is regarded as a comprehensive and transformative framework for advancing gender equality globally and a landmark commitment to women and girls world over. It was in Beijing that the world recognized that women's rights are human rights. And since then, global and national efforts have yielded significant progress. And in Uganda, women's leadership and economic empowerment have expanded and legal frameworks have been strengthened to protect women and girls, and Uganda is one of the countries in the sub-region that other nations are learning from. We commend the government of Uganda for its commitment to advancing gender equality, and we see the progress in increasing women's representation in leadership. And I have to say, I often get the question what Sweden do and compared to Uganda, and I have to say that with all humbleness that Sweden is still way behind Uganda when it comes to women representatives in political positions. So well done, Uganda. We also see improvement in women's land ownership, enhancing economic security. Government initiatives like the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program have fostered financial independence, and the long-standing collaboration between government of Uganda and development partners through several different programs and partnerships have yielded positive outcome, particularly in addressing gender-based violence and promoting sexual reproductive health and rights. These achievements demonstrate that with robust policies, targeted investments, and community-driven efforts, we can break barriers and create a future where not only women and girls can thrive, but the whole of society. However, we also have to acknowledge that major challenges persist. We must confront the persistent gender-based inequalities that continue to hold back progress, structural inequalities, discriminatory social norms, and inadequate policy implementation limit women's access to resources, leadership opportunities, and protection from gender-based violence. The digital divide and lack of access to technology further exacerbate these disparities, restricting women's ability to fully engage in the modern economy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this anniversary and this celebration serves as a powerful reminder that our work is not yet over. And to drive transformative change, we should put our focus on key levers that can unlock women's full potential. And I would like to mention 3 areas here. The first one, women's economic empowerment, crucial for community and national programs. When women have access to credit, land, markets, and resources, they improve their livelihoods and they contribute to innovation and resilience. Empowered women reinvest in their families, enhancing education, health care, and well-being, creating a positive ripple effect. The second is the digital divide and bridging it, which is an essential step where women in Uganda still face significant barriers. Promoting digital inclusion will enable women to engage in e-commerce, access financial services, grow their businesses, and driving greater economic empowerment. And finally, we must take immediate actions to end gender-based violence, a critical human rights violation that affects many women and girls. And the economic cost of gender-based violence in Uganda is estimated at 77.5 billion Ugandan shilling annually. Strengthening survivor support services, increasing funding for legal aid, and investing in prevention programs are vital. We must also challenge harmful cultural norms and safeguard women's sexual reproductive health and rights, enabling them to make informed decisions free from violence and coercion. Addressing gender-based violence is essential for creating a society where women can thrive. As Uganda prepares for the 2026 elections, we need to recognize the important role of women in leadership and decision-making. Women's participation in politics, it's not just about numbers, it's about fairness, inclusion, and making sure policies reflect the needs of all people. We believe that having both men and women in leadership leads to stronger democracies and better societies. And we appreciate Uganda's progress in increasing women's participation in parliament and leadership. Still, there are challenges such as unfair social norms, political barriers that limit women's full participation. We need to work together to ensure that women not only take part in leadership, but also have real power to influence decisions. It's also important that election laws support gender equality and protect women from political violence and harassment. Development partners remain committed to supporting Uganda on its journey towards a fairer and more inclusive democracy. Distinguished guests, Your Excellency, gender equality is not just a women's issue. It affects everyone, and we must recognize that true progress requires the active involvement of men and boys. They play a crucial role in challenging traditions, breaking stereotypes, and promoting fairness in society. And when we all work together, we move closer to a more just and equitable world for everyone. As I conclude, and as we reflect on our achievements and recognize the road ahead, let us also reaffirm our commitment to creating a world where all women and girls can exercise their rights fully, live free from discrimination, and have equal opportunities to succeed. This requires collaboration across government, civil society, private sector,
Thank you.